There are certain stories that refuse to sit quietly in history. They itch at the back of the mind. They feel unfinished. Yamashita's Gold is one of those stories. The deeper one looks into it, the less it resembles myth, and the more it resembles a crime scene that was never properly examined. The official version is simple. At the end of the Second World War, Japan lost. Its armies collapsed across Southeast Asia. Its generals were captured or executed. Its empire vanished almost overnight. That should have been the end of everything they carried with them. Yet scattered across court transcripts, military intelligence files, and sworn testimonies lies an uncomfortable suggestion that something enormous simply disappeared instead. Not a few crates, not a handful of jewels, something on the scale of a national treasury. The name most often attached to this disappearance is Tomoyuki Yamashita. He was not a pirate or a smuggler, but a general in the Imperial Japanese Army. A man who rose quickly through the ranks and earned a reputation for aggressive, decisive command. By 1941 he had become known as the Tiger of Malaya after leading a rapid campaign that pushed British forces out of Singapore in one of the most humiliating defeats in British military history. That alone would have secured his place in wartime lore. Yet the treasure that would later be attributed to him had little to do with battlefield glory, and everything to do with what followed behind advancing armies. As Japanese forces swept through China, Korea, the Philippines, Indonesia, Burma, and beyond, they did not simply occupy territory, they stripped it. Banks were emptied, religious temples were looted, museums were dismantled, private collections vanished overnight. Gold bars, coins, diamonds, jade carvings, ceremonial objects, and even industrial platinum were seized and catalogued. Some of this was done chaotically by soldiers looking to enrich themselves, but much of it was systematic. Organised teams moved with the army. They recorded what was taken and where it came from. The Japanese Empire intended to finance itself with the wealth of the territories it conquered. Transporting that wealth back to the Japanese home islands was straightforward early in the war when sea lanes were secure. Ships carried bullion and artifacts northward under naval escort. As American submarines and aircraft began to dominate the Pacific, however, those shipments became increasingly dangerous. Convoys were sunk with alarming frequency. Entire cargoes of looted treasure went to the bottom of the ocean before ever reaching Tokyo. By 1944, the situation had grown so precarious that Japanese command began to consider an alternative. If they could not safely move the treasure home, they would hide it where it was. The Philippines presented itself as a natural vault. It lay along major shipping routes. It contained extensive mountain ranges riddled with caves, and it was under firm Japanese control for much of the war. Engineers and forced labourers began constructing a network of tunnels, chambers and storage sites across several islands. Some were carved deep into existing cave systems. Others were dug entirely by hand using slave labour. Prisoners of war, conscripted locals, and captured engineers were forced to work under brutal conditions. Many never emerged. Those who did were often executed to preserve secrecy. The intention, according to later testimony, was not merely to hide treasure, but to seal it in such a way that only a select few few could ever retrieve it. This operation has been referred to in various sources as Golden Lily, though the exact structure and command hierarchy remain murky. What is less murky is the pattern of transport that occurred in the final years of the war. Witnesses reported convoys of trucks moving at night, heavily guarded, carrying sealed crates towards remote mountainous areas. Some of these convoys were attacked by guerrilla fighters who believed they were carrying ammunition or supplies. When the crates were opened after such attacks, they reportedly contained gold bars, religious statuary, and sacks of coins. Surviving Japanese officers later described entire caverns filled floor to ceiling with wooden boxes reinforced in steel. As American forces pushed back into the Philippines in 1944 and 1945, the pace of concealment accelerated. Engineers rigged tunnels with explosives designed to collapse entrances. Chambers were flooded deliberately to prevent access. In some cases, according to sworn accounts, labourers and junior officers were locked inside vaults before they were sealed, ensuring that no living witness could reveal their locations. It is one of the more disturbing elements of the story. Skeletons discovered decades later in partially collapsed tunnels were sometimes found with hands bound or positioned as if they had died clawing at rock and timber. Whether every such discovery relates directly to the treasure caches is impossible to prove, but the pattern is difficult to ignore. By the time Japan formally surrendered in August 1945, much of this hidden wealth had vanished from any official record. Yamashita himself had been appointed commander of Japanese forces in the Philippines during the final phase of the war. His position placed him, at least on paper, in proximity to whatever remained of the hidden caches. When he was captured by American forces in September 1945, interrogators were keenly aware of rumors concerning buried treasure. They questioned him extensively. Official transcripts suggest he denied detailed knowledge of specific sites. Other accounts, particularly those that surfaced years later, claim he provided partial information under intense interrogation. The truth likely sits somewhere between those extremes. What is certain is that Yamashita was tried not for treasure, but for war crimes committed by troops under his command. His trial was swift and controversial, establishing a precedent that a commander could be held responsible for atrocities carried out by forces he did not directly control. He was convicted and executed by hanging in February 1946. If he possessed precise knowledge of hidden vaults, he took it with him. In the immediate aftermath of the war, the United States military conducted extensive searches across the Philippines for weapons caches, documents, and any remaining Japanese assets. Some gold and valuables were indeed recovered. Records exist of bullion shipments being catalogued and transferred to Allied control. Yet these recoveries accounted for only a fraction of the wealth believed to have been seized across Asia. Rumours persisted that far larger hoards remained hidden in mountain tunnels and sealed chambers, inaccessible without specialized equipment and precise knowledge of their locations. For decades, the story remained largely confined to local folklore and scattered intelligence reports. Then, in the early 1970s, a Filipino locksmith and amateur treasure hunter named Rogelio Roxas, claimed to have stumbled onto something extraordinary. Acting on information from elderly Japanese veterans and local guides, Roxas and his team began exploring cave systems north of Manila. After months of searching, they reportedly broke into a sealed chamber containing a large golden Buddha statue and numerous boxes of gold bars. The statue alone was said to be solid gold and so heavy that it required several men to move it. According to Roxas, his discovery was short-lived. Word of the find reached Ferdinand Marcos, the president of the Philippines. Soldiers allegedly seized the site, confiscated the statue and the gold, and arrested Roxas. He claimed he was imprisoned and tortured to force him to reveal any additional locations he might know. After his release, he went into hiding and eventually filed a lawsuit against Marcos in a Hawaiian court after the dictator was ousted and fled the country. The case dragged on for years. In 1996, a US jury awarded damages to Roxas's estate, effectively accepting that he had indeed discovered part of a significant treasure cache, which was then seized by Marcos. The court did not determine the full extent of the treasure or where it ultimately ended up. It simply acknowledged that a discovery had been made and wrongfully taken. For many observers, that ruling was the closest thing to official confirmation that Yamashita's gold was more than a wartime rumor. If one cache existed, others could as well. The scale of the alleged wartime looting suggests that what has been recovered so far represents only a fraction of what may still lie hidden beneath Philippine soil and stone. From time to time, explorers have ventured into remote regions armed with maps, metal detectors, and stories passed down through generations. Some return with fragments of old coins or corroded ammunition. Others return with nothing at all. A few never return. Tunnel collapses, toxic gases, and unstable explosives left behind from wartime sealing operations make many sites lethally dangerous. There are credible reports of chambers rigged with booby traps designed to flood or collapse if disturbed incorrectly. Even experienced cavers approach such environments with extreme caution. What fascinates me most is not merely the possibility of vast wealth still lying underground, but the web of secrecy that has grown around it. Intelligence documents declassified decades after the war hint at American awareness of hidden caches and even limited recoveries conducted quietly. Allegations persist that portions of recovered treasure were used to finance covert operations during the early Cold War. These claims remain fiercely debated among historians, yet the pattern of missing documentation and redacted files leaves a lingering sense that not everything was recorded in plain view. There is also the human element, the cost measured not in gold but in lives. Labourers forced to dig until their bodies gave out, prisoners executed to preserve secrets, treasure hunters crushed in collapses or lost in unmapped tunnels. Every major discovery associated with this story carries with it a shadow of violence. One cannot separate the glitter of bullion from the circumstances under which it was buried. It is not a romantic pirate legend. It is the residue of imperial plunder, war, and desperation sealed beneath layers of rock. And still, despite everything, the possibility remains that somewhere in the mountains, or beneath the jungles of the Philippines, entire vaults sit undisturbed, steel chests stacked in darkness, statues wrapped in decaying cloth, bars of gold dulled by decades of moisture, waiting not for rightful owners, perhaps, but simply for discovery. The idea exerts a strange pull on the imagination, not because of the wealth itself, but because of what it represents. A secret from one of the most violent periods in modern history that was never fully brought into the light. When I first began reading about Yamashita's gold, I expected exaggeration and folklore. What I found instead were court documents, military reports, and testimonies that refused to align neatly with any tidy conclusion. Some elements are undoubtedly embellished, others are supported by evidence difficult to dismiss. The result is a narrative suspended between documented history and unresolved mystery, which is precisely the sort of story that keeps one reading long after midnight. There are still individuals today who dedicate their lives to locating these hidden caches. Some operate with permits and archaeological oversight. Others move quietly through remote areas, guided by fragments of old maps and oral histories. Satellite imaging and ground-penetrating radar have revealed anomalies consistent with artificial voids beneath certain mountains. Whether those voids contain treasure, collapsed tunnels, or nothing at all remains uncertain. What is certain is that the search continues, often in places where humidity rots equipment and landslides can erase a week's work in minutes. One cannot help but wonder how many sealed chambers might still exist, perfectly intact, their entrances disguised by time and vegetation. War has a way of scattering wealth and then burying the evidence. In this case, the burial may have been literal. If even a portion of the estimates are accurate, Yamashita's gold would rank among the largest lost treasures in human history, not in legend, but in verifiable potential. That alone ensures the story will persist, drawing in each new generation with the same quiet, unsettling question. What exactly remains hidden beneath those mountains? What complicates this story further is the uncomfortable overlap between treasure hunting and geopolitics. By the late 1940s and early 1950s, the Philippines had become a strategic focal point for the United States in the emerging Cold War. American military bases dotted the islands. Intelligence operations moved quietly through Manila and beyond. In that atmosphere, any discovery of hidden wartime wealth would not simply have been an archaeological curiosity. It would have represented a financial resource capable of influencing entire governments. There are persistent claims, supported by fragments of declassified material, that certain caches were located and quietly removed under military supervision. Official confirmation remains elusive, but references appear in enough places to suggest that at least some recoveries took place without public disclosure. A number of former intelligence officers later hinted at a covert recovery program conducted in the immediate post-war years. According to these accounts, information extracted from captured Japanese officers and engineers led Allied teams to several sealed sites. These operations were allegedly carried out with extreme secrecy, often at night, and involved the rapid removal of bullion and artifacts which were then flown or shipped out of the country. Where that material ultimately went is a matter of intense speculation. Some believe it was repatriated to rightful owners. Others contend it was absorbed into covert funds used to finance anti-communist operations across Asia and Europe. The lack of transparent accounting has fueled decades of suspicion. One of the more unsettling aspects of these alleged recoveries concerns the condition of certain tunnels when they were opened. Accounts describe chambers where air had long since stagnated, and bodies lay preserved in the darkness. Engineers and labourers who had been sealed inside to guard the treasure, or to prevent leaks of information, were found where they had fallen. In some cases, they had attempted to claw their way through collapsed rock or blocked exits. The presence of such remains is consistent with wartime practices documented elsewhere in the Pacific Theatre, where secrecy was often enforced with lethal finality. Any team entering these vaults decades later would have encountered not just gold and artifacts, but the physical evidence of how ruthlessly those secrets were protected. Rogelio Roxas's case, though often sensationalized, remains one of the few moments where the story surfaced in a courtroom rather than in rumor. His testimony described not only the Golden Buddha, but a chamber lined with wooden crates stamped with Japanese characters. He spoke of the overwhelming weight of the statue, of the difficulty his team had in moving even a single gold bar. After the alleged seizure of his find by Marcos's forces, Roxas claimed he was detained in conditions that left him permanently scarred. He described beatings, electric shocks, and prolonged confinement intended to extract information about additional sites. Medical records and witness statements presented during the lawsuit lent credibility to at least some of these claims. When the Hawaiian jury ruled in favor of his estate years later, it did not simply award damages, it implicitly acknowledged that a significant cache had indeed existed. Marcos himself became the subject of persistent allegations regarding hidden wealth during his decades in power. When he was eventually overthrown and fled the Philippines in 1986, investigators discovered vast sums of money and valuable objects scattered across bank accounts and properties worldwide. Some of these assets were traced directly to state funds siphoned off during his presidency. Others were more difficult to explain. Conspiracy theories flourished, suggesting that portions of Yamashita's gold had been quietly incorporated into Marcos's personal fortune. While definitive proof remains elusive, the scale of wealth he controlled, far exceeding official salaries or known business ventures, kept such speculation alive. Beyond individual claims and court cases lies a broader pattern of discoveries that hint at something larger. Over the decades, construction crews and farmers in various parts of the Philippines have occasionally unearthed gold bars, coins, or wartime relics buried at unusual depths. Most finds are small, a handful of bars, or a single artifact, yet their existence lends weight to the idea that multiple caches were dispersed across the islands. Each discovery prompts a brief surge of media attention before fading back into obscurity, often because authorities swiftly take possession of whatever is found. The chain of custody for such items is rarely made public in detail, leaving observers to wonder what becomes of them after initial recovery. There are also stories from former guerrilla fighters who operated in the mountains during the final months of the war. Some recalled stumbling upon heavily guarded convoys transporting sealed crates into remote valleys. Others described hearing explosions echoing from hillsides as tunnels were collapsed intentionally. A few claimed to have witnessed Japanese officers executing labourers once excavation work was complete. These recollections, recorded decades after the events, cannot always be verified independently, yet they align with the known practices employed by military engineers tasked with safeguarding sensitive installations. The deliberate destruction of access points would have served both to hide the treasure and to ensure that any attempt to retrieve it without precise knowledge would be fraught with danger. The physical geography of the Philippines adds another layer of complexity. The archipelago consists of thousands of islands, many of them mountainous and covered in dense jungle. Heavy rainfall triggers landslides that can bury entire cave entrances within a single season. Earthquakes shift terrain and collapse tunnels. Vegetation grows rapidly, obscuring even large excavations within a few years. A cache hidden in 1945 might now lie beneath layers of soil and rock that bear no obvious trace of disturbance. Modern technology, such as ground-penetrating radar and magnetometry, can identify anomalies, but deploying such equipment in remote, rugged terrain is both costly and logistically challenging. Occasionally, expeditions funded by private investors attempt to locate suspected sites using a combination of historical research and modern surveying tools. These ventures often operate on the edge of legality, navigating a maze of permits, land rights, and local politics. Success is rare, and when it does occur, it is often kept quiet to avoid attracting unwanted attention. There have been reports of teams discovering sealed tunnels only to find them flooded or rigged with explosives that remain volatile decades after being placed. One particularly grim account describes a group of explorers who triggered a collapse while attempting to clear an entrance. 2 were killed instantly, crushed beneath tons of rock, and the remainder abandoned the site without ever seeing what lay beyond. The danger is not limited to structural instability. Some sealed chambers were reportedly equipped with chemical deterrents, such as stored fuel or toxic compounds intended to render the contents inaccessible if disturbed improperly. Over time, these substances can degrade into unpredictable hazards. Entering an unventilated chamber that has remained sealed since the 1940s carries the risk of encountering oxygen-depleted air or pockets of poisonous gas. Even experienced rescue teams treat such environments with extreme caution, often requiring specialized breathing apparatus and monitoring equipment. For independent treasure hunters, such precautions are rarely available, making each descent into a suspected tunnel a gamble with lethal stakes. Despite these risks, the allure of Yamashita's gold persists. It is not merely the promise of wealth that draws people in, but the sense of standing on the edge of an unresolved chapter of history. Unlike mythical lost cities or purely fictional pirate hordes, this treasure is anchored in documented events. Armies did move across Southeast Asia. Wealth was systematically seized. Engineers did construct hidden storage sites. Witnesses did describe convoys of gold disappearing into mountains. Courtrooms did hear testimony acknowledging at least one confirmed discovery. Each of these elements exists within the historical record, lending the story a solidity that most treasure legends lack. There is also a psychological dimension to consider. The idea that immense wealth could be hidden in plain sight, sealed away, and forgotten by all but a few, taps into a deeply human fascination with secrets. It challenges the assumption that modern history has been thoroughly catalogued and understood. If entire vaults of wartime plunder can remain undiscovered for decades, what else might lie concealed beneath layers of bureaucracy and silence? Such questions linger long after one closes the final page of any report or transcript related to this subject. Some historians caution against accepting the most extravagant estimates of the treasure's value. Figures reaching into the hundreds of billions are often based on extrapolations and assumptions rather than verifiable inventories. Yet even conservative assessments suggest that the amount of gold and valuables unaccounted for at the end of the war was substantial. Whether that wealth was gradually recovered by governments, stolen by individuals, or still lies hidden in sealed chambers is the central mystery. Evidence exists to support each possibility. None has been proven conclusively. From time to time, rumours surface of newly discovered maps or diaries belonging to Japanese officers involved in the concealment operations. These documents, when they appear, are typically fragmentary and difficult to authenticate. Some contain coordinates that lead nowhere. Others describe landmarks altered or erased by decades of environmental change. A few have prompted small-scale excavations that yielded only rusted ammunition or collapsed tunnels. Yet even failed searches contribute to the ongoing narrative, reinforcing the sense that something significant remains just out of reach. It is tempting to imagine a future discovery that settles the matter definitively. A sealed chamber opened under controlled conditions, rows of intact crates stacked exactly as described in wartime testimony, artifacts catalogued and traced back to their countries of origin. Such a discovery would not merely rewrite treasure hunting lore, it would force a reckoning with the legacy of wartime looting and the unresolved questions surrounding what became of those assets after 1945. Until then, Yamashita's gold remained suspended between history and legend, supported by enough evidence to be credible, yet obscured by enough uncertainty to remain elusive. One cannot ignore the darker undercurrent that runs through every version of this story. Wherever the treasure lies, it was amassed through violence and suffering. It passed through hands stained by occupation and war. Those who buried it often did so under orders that valued secrecy over human life. Any future discovery will inevitably bring those realities back into focus. Gold may endure unchanged for centuries, but the circumstances of its concealment leave marks that do not fade as easily. And so the search continues in quiet ways. Researchers pore over faded maps and interrogation reports. Explorers trek into remote valleys guided by rumours passed down through generations. Governments maintain official positions that reveal little. Somewhere beneath layers of rock, soil, and jungle, the physical remnants of this story may still exist. Whether they will ever be fully uncovered is uncertain. What is certain is that Yamashita's gold has never been entirely relegated to the realm of myth. It lingers in that uneasy space where documented history ends and unanswered questions begin. There is a point, after reading enough testimonies and reports, when the story begins to feel less like a historical puzzle and more like something that does not wish to be solved. Not in a romantic sense, not in the way adventure films present hidden treasure, but in the quiet accumulation of details that suggest certain places resist being found. It is a strange sensation, poring over decades of failed expeditions and near discoveries, and noticing how often something goes wrong at the last moment. Equipment fails, maps contradict each other, entrances collapse just before they are reached, storms roll in from clear skies and wash away weeks of excavation. One begins to wonder whether chance alone can account for so many interruptions. In the northern Philippines, there are mountain regions where locals speak in lowered voices about tunnels that breathe. Not metaphorically, but literally. Cold air moving through unseen openings in rock faces. A faint metallic scent carried on the wind during certain times of year. Stories persist of animals refusing to approach particular hillsides, of compasses behaving erratically, of sudden sinkholes appearing where the ground had seemed stable for generations. None of this constitutes proof of anything supernatural, of course, yet such accounts surface with surprising consistency across villages separated by great distances. It is as if the land itself remembers that something was buried within it, under violent and secretive circumstances. Several modern exploration teams have reported experiences that are difficult to explain. One group using ground-penetrating radar in the 1990s detected a large void beneath a limestone ridge that matched descriptions from wartime intelligence files. They established a temporary camp and began clearing vegetation to access what they believed was a sealed entrance. On the third night, a low rumbling began beneath the ground, followed by a collapse that swallowed part of their equipment and forced an immediate evacuation. When they returned weeks later with additional support, the site had shifted so dramatically due to landslides that the original anomaly could no longer be located with certainty. The data remained, but the landscape itself had rearranged. Another account comes from a surveyor hired by a private investor who claimed to possess a map derived from Japanese wartime documents. The surveyor later described hearing what sounded like distant hammering deep within a hillside they were preparing to drill. Assuming it to be rockfall, he ignored it until the sound resolved into a slow, rhythmic tapping that seemed almost deliberate. When drilling finally began, the equipment struck an unexpected void and released a rush of air so cold and stale that several workers felt physically ill. Fearing toxic gas, they sealed the borehole and withdrew. Attempts to resume work were abandoned after repeated mechanical failures and a minor explosion caused by trapped vapors. The site has not been revisited since. Stories like these circulate quietly among those who have spent time searching for the treasure. They are rarely discussed publicly for fear of ridicule, yet they persist in private conversations and unpublished journals. A recurring theme emerges. The closer one gets to a potential cache, the more unpredictable events become. Sudden illnesses, navigation errors in familiar terrain, electronic equipment losing power without clear cause. None of this can be verified in any scientific sense, but the pattern is intriguing. Treasure buried in haste during wartime might be expected to remain inert, a simple matter of geology and time. Instead, many who approach these suspected sites describe a sensation of intrusion, as though stepping into a space that resists disturbance. There is also the matter of the sealed chambers themselves. Japanese engineers tasked with hiding the treasure were meticulous. Some tunnels were designed with false passages leading to dead ends or traps. Others incorporated flooding mechanisms triggered by shifts in pressure or temperature. Over decades, these systems would have degraded unpredictably. A chamber that once contained dry air might now be partially submerged. Timber supports would have rotted, leaving ceilings balanced on the verge of collapse. Yet in a few cases where partial openings have been achieved, explorers reported finding interiors eerily intact, as though time had slowed within the sealed environment. Crates preserved beneath layers of wax and oilcloth. Metal surfaces scarcely corroded. In one instance, a chamber discovered accidentally during road construction contained stacked ammunition boxes and personal effects arranged so neatly it appeared as though the occupants had stepped out moments before, despite the passage of nearly half a century. The presence of human remains in or near some of these sites adds a weight that cannot be ignored. Skeletons found seated against walls, sometimes with fragments of rope or chain nearby. A cluster of bones discovered around what appeared to be a collapsed entrance, suggesting an attempt to escape. In at least one reported case, remains were found positioned around crates as if placed deliberately, perhaps as guards or perhaps as victims of execution. Such discoveries, when they occur, are often handled quietly by local authorities and rarely reach international attention. Each one reinforces the sense that whatever wealth lies buried was sealed away with a brutality intended to discourage retrieval. It is not only physical danger that deters persistent exploration. There are accounts of individuals who became consumed by the search in ways that bordered on obsession. Men who spent decades following fragmentary clues across islands and mountains, convinced they were on the verge of a discovery that would vindicate years of effort. Some died in poverty, leaving behind notebooks filled with coordinates and sketches that led nowhere. Others claimed to have found entrances but refused to reveal them, fearing government seizure or violent interference. In several instances, those who spoke openly about imminent discoveries suffered accidents or sudden illness before they could return to their sites. Whether coincidence or something more deliberate, the pattern has contributed to an atmosphere of unease surrounding the entire subject. One cannot ignore the psychological effect of prolonged searching in environments steeped in wartime memory. Dense jungle can distort sound and distance. Cave systems disorient even experienced navigators. The knowledge that forced labourers and prisoners died constructing these tunnels lingers in the mind, especially when one encounters rusted tools or remnants of old camps. It becomes easy to imagine that the places themselves carry an imprint of what occurred there. Even skeptical explorers sometimes describe an oppressive stillness inside certain caverns, a sensation that encourages quick exits rather than careful examination. Satellite imaging in recent years has revealed anomalies beneath several regions long suspected of concealing caches, perfectly geometric voids inconsistent with natural formations, metallic signatures buried deep within mountainous terrain. Yet attempts to secure excavation permits often stall or are quietly denied. Official explanations cite environmental concerns, unstable geology, or cultural preservation. Unofficially, some believe that authorities prefer certain locations remain undisturbed. If substantial treasure were uncovered, questions of ownership would become immediately contentious. Nations across Asia could lay claim to assets taken from their territories. Private discoverers would demand compensation. Governments might be forced to account for any previous recoveries kept off record. In that sense, the treasure represents not just wealth, but a complicated legacy that few institutions seem eager to confront directly. And so the mountains keep their silence. Rain falls, vegetation grows, landslides reshape valleys. Beneath it all, sealed chambers may still exist, holding objects last touched in the final frantic months of a collapsing empire. Gold bars stacked in darkness, statues wrapped in cloth that has long since decayed, crates bearing markings from banks and temples that no longer remember what was taken from them. Time passes differently underground. Metal does not forget. Stone does not speak. Yet occasionally, in certain places, there are hints that something remains aware of its own concealment. I find myself returning to one particular account recorded by a journalist who spent years interviewing elderly villagers in remote regions of Luzon. Several described a hillside where, on rare nights, a faint glow could be seen emanating from cracks in the rock, as though reflected light moved far below the surface. Others spoke of hearing distant metallic echoes during the rainy season, not thunder, but something hollow and resonant. No one had attempted to dig there in living memory. The place was avoided out of habit more than fear. When the journalist visited the location himself, he reported nothing unusual, beyond an overwhelming sense of stillness. Yet even he admitted to leaving sooner than planned, unsettled by a sensation he could not quite articulate. Perhaps these stories are simply the natural byproduct of a mystery that has persisted for generations. Human beings have always filled gaps in knowledge with speculation and myth. Yet the foundation beneath this particular mystery is undeniably real. Treasure was taken, it was hidden, some of it was found, much of it was not. Between those facts stretches a landscape of unanswered questions that invites interpretation. Whether one views the remaining caches as historical artifacts waiting to be catalogued, or as something more enigmatic, depends largely on temperament. What remains certain is that Yamashita's gold has never fully resolved into the past. It lingers in that peculiar space where documented history intersects with rumour, secrecy, and the occasional unsettling coincidence. Somewhere beneath jungle and stone, there may still be vaults that have not been opened since the day they were sealed. If they are ever found, they will not merely reveal wealth, they will release a fragment of history preserved in darkness, along with whatever echoes of human intention and suffering were locked inside with it. Until then, the story persists, quietly, patiently, like something buried that has not yet decided whether it wishes to be discovered or not. I first heard the story in a quiet corner of a second-hand bookshop where the travel section had been allowed to decay into something resembling a shrine to forgotten expeditions. The sort of place where dust rests on the spines like a second binding, and maps of countries that no longer exist are folded between brittle guidebooks. I had gone in for nothing in particular, and came out with a thin, sun-bleached volume about Upper Mustang, its pages smelling faintly of damp wool and incense. Inside, in a chapter so brief it felt almost apologetic, there was a reference to a monk who had entered a cave in the high desert of Nepal and had not come out again. There was no conclusion, no tidy historical footnote, just a suggestion that when the cave was eventually opened, there had been no body to retrieve. It is remarkable how certain stories attach themselves to you without permission. This one did not feel like legend in the conventional sense. It was not framed as myth or folk tale or spiritual parable. It was presented as a small, stubborn fact that had slipped between the larger narratives of Himalayan exploration and Buddhist scholarship. A monk had entered retreat. Years later, he was gone. No remains, no clear explanation. The sort of quiet disappearance that does not make headlines, but leaves a lingering unease in the margins of recorded history. Upper Mustang itself is not a place that encourages easy investigation. For centuries it remained closed to outsiders. A high-altitude desert kingdom tucked against the Tibetan plateau, its valleys carved by wind rather than water, and its villages clinging to cliffs like pale fossils. Even now, travel there requires permits and patience, and a tolerance for isolation that most modern tourists lack. The region sits in the rain shadow of the Himalayas, which means the lush greenery one associates with Nepal gives way to something stark and lunar. The landscape is made of ochre dust, crumbling rock formations and caves that puncture the cliff faces by the thousands. Some of those caves are ancient burial chambers. Some were meditation cells. Some remain unexplored. The monk at the centre of this story is usually referred to in English accounts simply as Tenzin, though that was almost certainly not his full name. In Tibetan Buddhist communities, names are layered with meaning and lineage, often bestowed by senior lamas. Records from Mustang in the late 20th century are sparse, and oral testimony shifts slightly depending on who is recounting it. Still, there are consistent elements. He was born in a village not far from Lo Mantang, the walled capital of the former kingdom of Mustang. He entered monastic life as a boy, as many do, and spent decades within the disciplined rhythm of prayer, study, and ritual. Those who remembered him later described him as quiet even by monastic standards, with a particular inclination towards solitary practice. Solitary retreat in Tibetan Buddhism is not unusual. Monks and nuns sometimes withdraw for months or years to meditate in isolation, pursuing deeper states of concentration and insight. These retreats can take place in specially constructed huts, in remote hermitages, or in natural caves. The practice is demanding both physically and psychologically. One must be prepared to endure extreme weather, limited food, and the relentless confrontation with one's own mind. In some traditions, a long retreat is seen as a necessary step toward advanced spiritual attainment, In others, it is simply a personal calling. By the time Tenzin announced his intention to undertake a prolonged retreat, he was already in his late 50s. That alone is noteworthy. Extended solitary meditation is often pursued by younger practitioners whose bodies can better withstand the rigours of isolation at altitude. Yet those who knew him said he appeared physically robust, accustomed to the thin air and harsh winters of Mustang. He requested permission from his monastery, which was granted after the usual consultations and rituals. A cave was selected several hours' walk from the nearest settlement, positioned high along a cliff face overlooking a dry valley where wind carved patterns into the sand. The cave itself had been used before. Oral accounts suggest that earlier hermits had meditated there, leaving behind faint traces of occupation. Soot on the ceiling from butter lamps, fragments of prayer flags hardened by decades of sun, a shallow niche carved into the rock to hold ritual objects. It was not large. One could stand upright near the entrance, but had to stoop further inside. The floor was uneven stone covered in a thin layer of dust. From the opening, one could see miles of barren terrain stretching toward distant mountains whose peaks remained snow-covered even in summer. It was the sort of place where silence feels less like an absence of sound and more like a physical presence pressing against the ears. Before entering retreat, Tenzin participated in a small ceremony attended by fellow monks and a handful of villagers. Butter lamps were lit, prayers were chanted, offerings of tsampa and tea were placed near the cave entrance. According to one account recorded by a visiting anthropologist in the early 1990s, Tenzin spoke very little during this gathering. He bowed to the assembled group, received a string of prayer beads from his teacher, and stepped inside carrying a bundle that contained robes, dried food, a water vessel, and a few ritual texts. The entrance was not sealed entirely, but a cloth covering and a simple arrangement of stones were placed to mark the boundary between retreatant and world. For the first few months, there was nothing unusual to report. A young novice from the monastery made periodic visits to leave supplies at a designated point near the cave. The arrangement was deliberately minimal. Food was left and collected without conversation. The novice would ring a small bell upon arrival and departure, a signal to avoid accidental intrusion. In winter, when heavy snow made the path dangerous, supplies were delivered less frequently. Such routines are common in long retreats and were followed with quiet diligence. Then the visit stopped. Accounts differ on the exact timeline. Some say it was after 8 months. Others insist it was closer to a year. What is certain is that at some point, the novice returned from a supply run visibly shaken and reported that the food left previously had not been taken. The bell had been rung as always. There had been no response. The cloth covering the cave entrance remained in place. From the outside, nothing appeared disturbed. At first, this was not considered alarming. Retreatants sometimes fast for extended periods or reduce their reliance on delivered provisions. Days passed, then weeks. Still the food remained untouched. A small group from the monastery eventually decided to investigate. It is important to understand that entering a hermit's retreat uninvited is considered a serious breach, unless there is genuine concern for life. Prayers were recited before approaching the cave. The stones marking the entrance were carefully moved. The cloth covering was lifted. Inside, by the light of a single butter lamp, they found Tenzin's belongings arranged neatly along the wall. His robes were folded, his prayer beads rested atop a small stack of texts. The water vessel was empty but upright. There was no sign of struggle, no sign of decay, no body. The cave was not large enough to conceal a man. There were no hidden chambers or secondary exits. The floor showed only faint disturbances consistent with long habitation. Flattened dust where someone had sat. A few scattered grains of barley flour hardened into the surface. The air smelled faintly of old smoke, and something else that one witness later described as metallic, though it is unclear whether that detail has been embellished over time. What is certain is that there were no remains, not even bone fragments. At that altitude, in that dryness, a body left undisturbed would ordinarily desiccate rather than decompose. Yet, there was nothing to recover. The immediate reaction among the monks was not panic, but confusion tempered by ritual composure. Searches were conducted along the cliff and across the valley below. If Tenzin had left the cave voluntarily, he would have had to descend a narrow path that left clear footprints in the dust. None were found. If he had fallen, there would have been a body somewhere along the rock face or at the base of the cliff. None was located. Days of searching yielded only wind-scoured emptiness. News of the disappearance spread gradually through nearby villages. Some interpreted it through a spiritual lens, suggesting that Tenzin had achieved a rare state of realization known in Tibetan as the rainbow body, in which the physical form dissolves at death, leaving behind only hair and nails, or, in some accounts, nothing at all. Skeptics, including a handful of visiting trekkers who heard the story years later, proposed more mundane explanations. He had slipped away under cover of darkness, perhaps disillusioned or suffering from illness, and perished somewhere beyond the search area. Yet the lack of physical evidence complicated every theory. It was only when I began looking more closely at the region's history that the story took on a darker texture. Mustang's cliffs are riddled with ancient burial caves dating back over 2,000 years. Some contain human remains preserved by the arid climate, bodies curled in fetal positions with grave goods still intact. Others have been looted or collapsed, leaving scattered bones exposed to wind and scavengers. There are documented cases of hermits choosing such caves for retreat, sometimes unaware of what lay beneath the dust. If Tenzin's cave had once been a burial chamber, he would have been meditating among the remnants of the dead. Local accounts mention that when the monastery group first entered the cave after his disappearance, they noticed faint discolorations on the stone floor near the rear wall. At first, these were assumed to be soot stains from old lamps. Later, one of the monks reportedly suggested they resembled dried blood. The detail is not present in every retelling, which makes it difficult to verify, but it persists stubbornly in oral histories. If there had been blood, it was not in sufficient quantity to indicate a violent death. There were no splatters on the walls, no pooled residue, just a suggestion of something that had once seeped into the porous rock and then vanished. The possibility of animal interference was considered. Snow leopards and wolves inhabit the region, though rarely at the precise altitude of that particular cave. More importantly, the entrance was partially blocked and would have shown signs of disturbance if a large predator had entered or exited. There were no claw marks on the stone, no tufts of fur, no drag marks leading away. Small scavengers might have carried off fragments over time, but not an entire human body without leaving trace evidence. The absence was too complete, too tidy. One cannot ignore the human element either. While Mustang is sparsely populated, it has long been a corridor for traders and, at times, smugglers moving between Nepal and Tibet. In the late 20th century, there were occasional reports of bandit activity in remote valleys. A solitary monk in retreat would have been an unlikely target for robbery, yet not an impossible one. Still, the logistics of abducting or killing him without leaving footprints, without disturbing the cave's interior, and without being observed during supply deliveries strain credibility. There was nothing of material value inside the cave to justify such an act. I once spoke with a climber who had spent several seasons guiding expeditions in the Annapurna region and had ventured into Mustang during the brief window when foreign access was permitted. He described the caves there as unnervingly quiet, places where sound seems to behave strangely, swallowed by the rock rather than echoed. He told me that when you sit alone in one long enough, your sense of time begins to fracture. Minutes stretch, hours compress. It becomes difficult to distinguish between internal and external sensations. He laughed when he said it, but there was a tightness around his eyes that suggested the memory was not entirely pleasant. There is a physiological dimension to high-altitude isolation that cannot be dismissed. Prolonged oxygen deprivation can induce hallucinations, paranoia, and episodes of dissociation. Combined with fasting and intense meditation, the mind can enter states that are both profound and perilous. It is conceivable that Tenzin experienced a psychological break, left the cave in a confused state, and wandered into the surrounding desert where exposure claimed him. Bodies can be lost in that terrain, buried by shifting dust or concealed in crevices. Yet again, the lack of footprints or any trace along the approach path remains a stubborn obstacle to this explanation. Some of the more unsettling rumours emerged years later. A shepherd passing through the valley reportedly found fragments of cloth caught on a jagged rock several kilometres from the cave. The fabric resembled monastic robes, but was badly weathered. Nearby, he claimed, were small dark stains on the stone that looked like old blood. By the time word reached the monastery, and a search party returned to the site, the cloth had vanished, perhaps carried off by wind or animals. The stains remained, but could not be conclusively identified. Without a body or personal effects, the discovery proved nothing. It merely deepened the ambiguity. There is also a persistent story, difficult to verify, but repeated often enough to merit mention, that during the initial search inside the cave, one of the monks found a fragment of human nail embedded in a crack in the rock. It was described as darkened, possibly blood-stained. Whether this was from Tenzin or from an earlier occupant of the cave is impossible to determine. Nails and hair are sometimes left behind in accounts of so-called rainbow body dissolution, though in this case there was only a single fragment, not the small pile typically described in religious texts. The nail was reportedly burned in a ritual fire soon after its discovery. a decision consistent with monastic customs, but frustrating from an evidentiary standpoint. What remains then is a disappearance suspended between explanation and myth. A man entered a cave in a remote Himalayan valley and did not emerge. When others finally stepped inside, they found only the orderly remnants of his life, and a silence so complete it must have felt almost accusatory. There were no definitive signs of violence, yet hints of blood and scattered rumours of torn cloth suggest that whatever occurred was not entirely serene. The landscape itself offers countless ways to die, and just as many ways for a body to vanish, yet the circumstances resist simple classification. I have returned to this story more times than I care to admit, tracing maps of Mustang with my finger as though proximity might yield clarity. It never does. The high desert keeps its secrets with a patience that borders on indifference. Somewhere along those cliffs, a cave still looks out over a valley of wind-carved stone, and within it there was once a man whose final moments left behind nothing but folded robes and questions that have not settled into answers. The more one studies the geography of Upper Mustang, the less comforting the idea of a peaceful, spiritual disappearance becomes. It is a harsh, eroding landscape where death does not always arrive with ceremony. Bodies do not decompose there in the gentle way one might imagine from temperate climates. They dry, they split, they collapse inward over time like abandoned leather sacks. When scavengers do reach them, the process is neither swift nor tidy. Bones are scattered across slopes by wind and animals. Fabric decays into threads. Within a few seasons, even a violent death can dissolve into near invisibility. Yet the cave in which Tenzin retreated was not a place where a body could easily vanish without leaving some form of residue. The interior had been inspected carefully, not only during the initial discovery, but again months later when curiosity from the neighbouring villages overcame hesitation. Several men from Lomanthang accompanied 2 senior monks back to the site with the intention of conducting a more thorough examination. By then, the butter lamp originally found inside had burned out, leaving only a blackened wick and a faint smear of soot on the stone beneath it. Dust had begun to settle again over the floor, smoothing out whatever faint impressions had once been present. It was during this second inspection that the more disturbing observations were recorded. One of the villagers, a man accustomed to slaughtering goats and yaks, reportedly remarked on a faint odour that lingered near the rear of the cave. Not the thick, sweet rot of decomposing flesh, but something sharper and metallic, like the smell that hangs in the air after fresh blood has soaked into dry earth. He later described it as the scent of an animal killed and bled out on stone. The monks present did not comment publicly on the remark, but none disputed it. Closer inspection of the cave wall revealed several narrow streaks of dark brown discoloration running downward toward the floor. They were thin and partially obscured by dust, as though something liquid had once trickled there and then dried. At least one witness insisted that when he scraped gently at the surface with a small metal tool, the underlying rock showed a faint reddish tint. If it was blood, it had long since oxidized and bonded with the mineral surface. There was not enough of it to indicate a catastrophic injury, yet enough to suggest that at some point skin had been broken and fluid had flowed. The floor presented another anomaly. Near the centre of the cave, where Tenzin had presumably sat for meditation, the dust had been disturbed in a circular pattern. Not a footprint or the scuff of boots, but a shallow depression roughly the width of a human torso. Around its edges were faint, irregular marks resembling the impressions left when something soft and heavy is dragged across grit. One could imagine a body shifting there, convulsing perhaps, or being moved. The pattern did not extend toward the entrance. It ended abruptly near the rear wall, as though whatever had occupied that space had either vanished in place or been lifted without leaving a trail. No one present at the time attempted to interpret these details aloud. In communities where spiritual practice intertwines with daily life, certain possibilities are acknowledged silently rather than spoken. A monk who dies in retreat is typically cremated or, in rare cases, left in a sealed chamber for ritual decomposition. Neither had occurred here. There had been no body to treat. Instead, there was a suggestion of injury without a corpse, of blood without a wound, of disturbance without exit. It was after this second inspection that the story began to acquire its more unsettling edges. A shepherd who grazed goats in the lower valley claimed that on several nights during the weeks following Tenzin's disappearance he had seen a faint, flickering light high on the cliff where the cave sat. At first he assumed it was a butter lamp still burning inside, though by that point no one had visited the cave for days. On one occasion he reported hearing what he described as a low moaning carried on the wind. The sound was intermittent, rising and falling in a way that suggested neither animal nor human speech. He did not investigate. In that region, curiosity can be a liability. There is also the matter of the path leading up to the cave. When investigators returned for the second inspection, they noticed something that had been overlooked initially. About 20 meters below the entrance, on a narrow section of trail carved into the cliff, there were several small dark stains on the stone. They were irregular in shape and had soaked into the porous surface. One of the men touched a finger to a stain and brought it to his nose. He later described the smell as old and faintly coppery. Blood again, or at least something that had once resembled it. If Tenzin had been injured inside the cave and somehow managed to reach the path before collapsing, one would expect to find additional traces further down the slope. There were none. The stains ended there. No drag marks continued beyond that point. No fragments of cloth or flesh were caught on the rocks. It was as if a wounded body had reached the path and then ceased to exist. Speculation inevitably turned toward the possibility of self-inflicted harm. Extended solitary meditation can push the mind into unstable territories. Historical records from various monastic traditions include cases of practitioners who experienced psychotic breaks, sometimes resulting in self-mutilation or suicide. The injuries such acts produce are rarely subtle. A man cutting his own throat or disemboweling himself in a confined space would leave behind an unmistakable scene. Arterial spray, pooled blood, tissue fragments. The cave contained none of this. The amount of discoloration observed was too limited for such violence. If there had been an injury, it had been controlled, perhaps slow, perhaps inflicted elsewhere. Another possibility, whispered rather than stated openly, was that someone else had entered the cave. A fellow monk? A traveller? A bandit? The logistics are awkward. The path to the cave offers little concealment. Anyone approaching would likely be seen by those living in nearby settlements, or by the novice delivering supplies. Moreover, there was no evidence of struggle inside, no overturned objects, no torn fabric beyond the faint rumour of cloth fragments found later in the valley. If an intruder had attacked Tenzin, the encounter must have been swift and oddly bloodless. Years after the disappearance, when foreign researchers began documenting oral histories in Mustang more systematically, one elderly villager recounted a detail not present in earlier reports. He claimed that during the initial search, before the cave was formally inspected, a young monk had approached the entrance alone and peered inside. According to this villager, the monk emerged pale and refused to speak for several hours. When he finally did, he reportedly said that the cave felt wrong, as though the air itself had been disturbed by something violent. The monk later left the monastery and moved to a distant region, declining to discuss the event further. Attempts by researchers to locate him decades later were unsuccessful. Whether this anecdote reflects reality or the gradual embellishment of a local legend is difficult to determine. What is clear is that the disappearance left a residue of unease within the community. The cave was not used again for retreat. Prayer flags were hung near its entrance for a time, then allowed to disintegrate in the wind. Some villagers began leaving small offerings at the base of the cliff: juniper branches, butter lamps, occasional scraps of cloth. These gestures were less about honouring a specific individual and more about appeasing whatever uncertainty had settled there. The physical realities of death in such an environment remain stubborn. A body exposed to the elements in Upper Mustang can desiccate to the point where skin adheres tightly to bone, creating a mummified form that can persist for years. If left in a cave, protected from direct sunlight and scavengers, the remains would likely still be present decades later unless deliberately removed. There has been no credible report of human remains found in that cave or in its immediate vicinity since Tenzin's disappearance. Not a skull, not a fragment of rib, not a single vertebra, nothing. One cannot help but dwell on the small, visceral details that have survived in testimony. The faint smell of old blood in the cave, the thin streaks on the stone wall, the shallow depression in the dust where a body may have shifted or been moved, the isolated stains on the path below the entrance. These are not the dramatic signs of a violent murder scene. They are quieter, more ambiguous, the sort of traces one might find after a contained and deliberate act. An injury treated or inflicted with care, a body handled gently or removed efficiently, yet by whom and to what end remains unanswered. I have often wondered about the final hours inside that cave. The temperature would have dropped sharply after sunset, even in summer. Wind would have threaded through the entrance, carrying fine particles of dust that settle on skin and in lungs. If Tenzin was injured, he may have bled slowly, the thin air making each breath shallow and laboured. Blood in such conditions darkens quickly, turning almost black as it dries. The metallic scent lingers longer than one expects, clinging to rock and cloth. A man alone in that space, aware perhaps that no help would come until the next supply visit, might attempt to staunch the bleeding with robes or cloth. He might crawl toward the entrance, leaving only faint smears where his hands pressed against stone. And then what? If he collapsed on the path below, the body should have been there. If he managed to stand and walk, even a few steps, footprints would have marked the dust. Unless, of course, wind erased them swiftly, or the ground was harder than memory suggests. Yet those who searched insisted they saw nothing, not even the partial impression of a heel. It is the completeness of the absence that disturbs most. There are, inevitably, those who interpret the entire episode through a spiritual framework. They speak of advanced meditation practices that involve visualizing the dissolution of the physical body, of yogic techniques said to generate intense internal heat, of rare cases in which practitioners reportedly leave behind only hair and nails after death. Such accounts exist in Tibetan hagiographies, though they are typically accompanied by witnesses and ritual recognition. Tenzin's disappearance lacks these ceremonial markers. If anything, it bears the subtle signatures of physical trauma rather than transcendence. Still, in a region where the boundaries between physical and spiritual explanations are porous, the absence of a body can itself become evidence of something beyond ordinary death. For those who favour this interpretation, the faint blood traces are dismissed as remnants of earlier occupants or unrelated injuries. The folded robes and neatly arranged objects are taken as signs of deliberate preparation for departure from the physical realm. It is a comforting narrative, one that replaces uncertainty with reverence. For others, including myself, the comfort is limited. There is something profoundly unsettling about a disappearance that leaves behind just enough physical detail to suggest suffering, but not enough to confirm it. Blood without a body, a disturbance without conclusion, a cave that holds the memory of an event, but none of its tangible remains. It is the sort of mystery that resists closure, not because it is grand or sensational, but because it is small and precise and quietly unresolved. When I think of that cave now, I do not imagine enlightenment or mystical transformation. I imagine a confined space of cold stone and thin air, a solitary figure seated in meditation as daylight fades, and then something going wrong in a way that leaves only faint, stubborn traces. Whatever occurred there was either efficiently concealed by the landscape or carried away by forces that do not leave footprints. In either case, the valley below continues to erode and shift, swallowing evidence with the same patience it applies to everything else. There comes a point when examining any disappearance that resists ordinary explanation, where the facts settle into place like stones and everything else begins to lean toward atmosphere. The hard details surrounding the monk in Mustang never changed. A man entered retreat. Blood traces were later observed inside and below the cave. His belongings remained, his body did not. Yet over time, the story acquired a quality that those who live in that region recognize immediately. A sense that something about the place itself had shifted. Several years after the disappearance, travellers passing through Upper Mustang began reporting a curious reluctance among locals to camp within sight of that particular cliff. The valley is not densely populated, and shepherds often sleep near their animals during seasonal grazing. Still, a pattern emerged in oral accounts collected by trekking guides and anthropologists. When asked why certain areas were avoided, villagers would gesture vaguely toward the cliffs and speak of unsettled wind or bad air. These are not phrases used lightly in Himalayan communities, where isolation and harsh conditions are simply facts of life. Avoidance usually has a cause. One guide from Yomsum, interviewed in the early 2000s, described a night spent with a small trekking group several kilometers from the cave. He reported that after midnight, the wind shifted abruptly, funneling down from the cliffs in irregular bursts. Mixed within the sound of air moving across rock was something he struggled to describe. He eventually settled on the word breathing. Not the steady inhale and exhale of a living person, but a wet, intermittent rasp, as though air were being forced through a throat that could not quite manage it. The sound persisted for several minutes, then stopped entirely. None of the trekkers ventured toward the cliff to investigate. By morning, the valley had returned to its usual silence. Another account surfaced from a pair of mule drivers who regularly transported supplies between remote settlements. While resting near a dried riverbed below the cliff, they claimed to have seen a faint glow high on the rock face shortly before dawn. At first, they assumed it was a reflection of moonlight on stone. Then the glow shifted, brightening and dimming in a slow pulse. One of the men insisted he could make out the silhouette of a seated figure within the light, head bowed, shoulders slightly hunched. When the sun rose fully, the glow vanished. They did not climb to the cave. They did not return to that resting place again. Such reports are easily dismissed by those who have never spent prolonged time in high-altitude deserts. Light behaves strangely in thin air. Sound travels unpredictably across stone. Exhaustion and oxygen deprivation distort perception. Yet the consistency of certain details across independent accounts is difficult to ignore. The impression of a presence seated within the cave, the sound of laboured breathing carried on windless nights, the sudden, inexplicable reluctance of experienced locals to approach a place they had once passed without concern. There are older precedents in Himalayan monastic history for locations becoming associated with what might politely be called residual phenomena. In remote regions of Tibet and Nepal, there are caves and hermitages quietly avoided because practitioners who died there did so under troubling circumstances. Not every meditation retreat ends in serene enlightenment. Some end in madness, some end in physical collapse. In rare cases, monks in extreme isolation have been found dead with evidence of self-inflicted injury or unexplained trauma. These sites often acquire reputations that persist long after the physical remains are removed. One particularly grim example comes from a cave complex in eastern Tibet documented by a Chinese survey team in the 1980s. Inside one chamber, they found the partially preserved remains of a hermit seated upright against a wall. His robes were soaked dark at the chest and abdomen. Examination revealed deep lacerations across the torso, consistent with repeated cutting by a sharp blade. The wounds appeared to have been self-inflicted over time, rather than delivered in a single fatal act. There was no sign of struggle, No indication that anyone else had entered the cave. Nearby lay a small ritual knife, stained almost black with dried blood. The hermit had apparently continued meditating even as he carved into his own flesh, the thin air preserving both body and evidence. Local monks later sealed the cave and discouraged further entry. Another case, this time from the Dolpo region of Nepal, involved a retreatant found decades after his death in a collapsed stone hut. His skeleton was discovered seated cross-legged, but the interior of the hut bore extensive staining on the walls and floor, as though he had bled heavily before dying. Fragments of fingernail and skin were embedded in the wood of the doorframe, suggesting prolonged attempts to claw his way out after the entrance became blocked by rockfall. The dryness of the environment had preserved these details with unsettling clarity. Those who recovered the remains performed cremation rites quickly and abandoned the site. Villagers later reported hearing scratching sounds from within the collapsed structure on cold nights, long after it had been sealed. Stories like these circulate quietly through monastic communities, not as sensational tales, but as cautionary acknowledgements of how fragile the boundary between spiritual discipline and physical deterioration can be. Extended isolation at altitude places extraordinary strain on the human body and mind. When something goes wrong in such environments, the evidence often lingers in forms that feel more haunting than conclusive. Blood darkens but does not disappear entirely. Bones persist. Objects remain arranged in the last configuration set by living hands. Absence itself becomes a kind of presence. In the case of the monk in Mustang, absence is the most enduring feature. No remains have ever been found. No credible confession or witness testimony has emerged to suggest foul play by another person. The cave still exists, its entrance weathered but intact. A handful of trekkers have reportedly approached it over the years, driven by curiosity rather than reverence. Most describe an immediate and inexplicable discomfort upon reaching the threshold. One British climber wrote in a personal journal that he felt as though he was standing inside someone else's lungs, the air thick and oddly warm despite the altitude. He did not step fully inside. There are also persistent accounts of animals behaving strangely near the site. Goats driven along the lower paths have been observed balking and refusing to move forward when the wind carries down from the cliff. Pack mules, normally indifferent to such terrain, have reportedly shied and attempted to turn back. In environments where survival depends on careful attention to subtle cues, animals often react to things humans overlook. Whether those reactions stem from scent, sound, or something less easily defined is open to interpretation. Perhaps the most unsettling report came from a young monk who visited the cave as part of a pilgrimage route years after the original disappearance. He entered alone and remained inside for several minutes. When he emerged, he was visibly shaken. According to a companion who later recounted the incident, the monk said he had felt a sudden pressure against his chest while standing near the rear wall, as though someone had pressed a heavy hand directly over his heart. He also reported hearing a faint, wet sound behind him, like liquid dripping onto stone. When he turned, there was nothing there. He refused to elaborate further and insisted they leave immediately. It is tempting to frame such experiences as products of suggestion. the mind primed by prior knowledge to interpret ordinary sensations as extraordinary. Yet even stripped of its more atmospheric elements, the core of this story remains deeply unsettling. A man appears to have suffered some form of injury inside a confined space. There are faint but persistent traces of blood. There is evidence that he may have moved or been moved within that space. Then there is nothing. No corpse, no skeletal remains, no definitive trail leading away. In places like Upper Mustang, where the landscape itself seems carved from memory rather than matter, mysteries do not resolve so much as erode. Wind carries dust across old stains until they fade into the colour of the surrounding rock. Paths collapse. Caves partially fill with debris. Each season alters the terrain just enough to obscure what little evidence once existed. Over decades, absence becomes the dominant fact. The monk who vanished from that cave is now less an individual than a question embedded in stone. On certain nights, according to those who still travel through that valley, the wind settles completely and the cliffs hold sound in a peculiar way. It is in those moments, they say, that one might hear something resembling a slow, laboured exhale drifting down from the rock face. Not loud enough to identify with certainty, not sustained long enough to follow, just a brief suggestion of breath where no living body should be. The valley returns to silence almost immediately, leaving behind the faint metallic tang that sometimes accompanies old blood exposed to dry air. Whether these sensations are products of imagination, altitude, or something less easily dismissed, is ultimately irrelevant to the central fact. A man entered a cave in the high desert of Nepal and did not come out. Inside that cave remain faint traces of injury and disturbance that never resolved into a recoverable death. The landscape absorbed whatever followed with the same quiet efficiency it applies to everything left unattended within its reach. Somewhere along those wind-carved cliffs, a small dark opening still looks out over a valley that has forgotten countless human stories. Within it, for a brief and unsettling interval, something occurred that left behind just enough physical evidence to suggest pain, and just enough absence to suggest that the end did not unfold in any ordinary way. For those who pass through Upper Mustang and know where to look, the cave remains a point of quiet avoidance. A place where the boundary between the living and the vanished feels thinner than it should. I have always liked stories that refuse to behave themselves. The kind that sit politely in police files for a few decades, then quietly slide back into conversation as if to say, I am still here, you know. The Isdal woman is one of those stories. It does not shout. It does not beg for attention. It simply waits, confident that curiosity will eventually wander back into its path. It begins in Norway, which already feels like an unfair advantage for a mystery. Mountains that look like they were designed by someone who enjoys drama. Forests that can swallow sound. Weather that changes its mind every half hour. It is the sort of place where secrets do not feel out of place. They feel like part of the landscape. On a cold Sunday in late November of 1970, A father and his 2 daughters decided to go for a walk in a valley just outside the city of Bergen. The place was called Isdalen, which translates neatly and ominously into Ice Valley. Even on a good day, it was not the sort of place you would describe as welcoming. Steep slopes, narrow paths, rocks slick with moisture, a wind that seemed to enjoy pushing people slightly off balance. They were not looking for anything. That is usually how these things go. They were just walking, talking about nothing in particular, enjoying the sort of family outing that is forgotten almost as soon as it ends. Then one of the girls noticed something dark among the rocks. At first it looked like a pile of old clothes. Then it looked like something else entirely. The body of a woman lay sprawled on the stones. She had been burned, not by an accident, not by a campfire gone wrong. She had been burned deliberately, thoroughly, as if someone wanted to make very sure of something. Her face was charred, her hands were blackened, her clothes were reduced to scraps of fabric and melted plastic. Around her were items placed almost carefully: a bottle of liquor, 2 plastic water containers, a scarf, a pair of rubber boots, a spoon, what looked like a passport, burned beyond recognition. It did not take long for the police to arrive. Isdalen, quiet and indifferent, became suddenly busy with uniforms, radios, and the sound of boots on stone. They examined the scene. They photographed everything. They tried to reconstruct what might have happened here, in a valley that did not care about their theories. The first thing they noticed was that this did not look like a hiking accident. The woman was lying on her back. Her arms were bent at strange angles. Her legs were positioned as if she had either been placed there or had collapsed in a very particular way. Around her, 12 sleeping pills were scattered on the ground. Phenobarbital, a sedative, strong enough to make someone drowsy, strong enough to make someone unconscious if taken in sufficient quantity. Her hair was dark. Her features were sharp even through the damage. She looked, according to the officers who saw her, well dressed, well cared for. Not someone who belonged in a remote valley, wearing rubber boots and carrying plastic jugs of liquid. There were no identification documents on her body, no purse, no wallet, no keys. The burned remains of what might have been a passport suggested she had not simply forgotten her papers at home. It suggested something more intentional. The autopsy would complicate things further. The medical examiner found soot in her lungs, which meant she had been breathing while the fire burned. She had not been dead when the flames started. Her stomach contained a mixture of phenobarbital and alcohol, enough to sedate her, enough to make her slow, but not necessarily enough to kill her outright. Her blood showed traces of carbon monoxide. She had inhaled smoke. She had been alive as the fire took hold. There were bruises on her neck, not dramatic, not theatrical, the sort of bruises that might come from pressure, fingers perhaps, or a hand. And then there was the small detail that always seems to matter later. Her fingerprints had been partially removed, not completely, just enough to suggest someone had tried. At this point, The story could have gone in a dozen directions. A tragic suicide. A lonely traveller who wandered into the valley to die in a theatrical way. A crime of passion. A robbery gone wrong. A random act of violence. But the woman, it turned out, had been very busy in the weeks before her death. When the police circulated her description to hotels in Bergen, something interesting happened. Several receptionists called back. Not to say they had no idea who she was, but to say they remembered her very clearly. She had stayed in multiple hotels across the city and surrounding areas. She always paid in cash. She always checked in under a different name, and she always filled out her registration cards with meticulous, elegant handwriting. At one hotel, she had been called Elizabeth Lienhauer, supposedly from Belgium. At another, she had been Claudia Tielt, also from Belgium. Elsewhere, she used the name Finella Lork. Sometimes she claimed to be Dutch, sometimes German, sometimes from Switzerland. Her accents were just as flexible as her names. One clerk swore she sounded French, another thought she was German. Someone else was convinced she spoke Norwegian with a foreign twist. She seemed to be whatever the situation required her to be. She was always well dressed, tailored coats, stylish boots, expensive-looking scarves. She carried herself with the sort of confidence that makes people assume you belong wherever you happen to be standing. And then there were her habits. She asked for rooms with balconies, always balconies. She moved frequently, rarely staying in one place more than a day or two. She wrote in notebooks. She received phone calls. She made phone calls. Sometimes she seemed relaxed and charming. Sometimes she seemed tense, distracted, as if she were waiting for something she did not entirely trust. In one hotel, a maid later reported something odd. The woman had pushed a wardrobe in front of her door, as if she were trying to block it. Not completely, just enough to make noise if someone tried to enter. The police began to collect her hotel registration cards. They laid them out side by side, different names, different birth dates, different addresses, but the same handwriting, the same neat, careful loops of ink. They found her luggage at the Bergen train station, left behind in a locker. 2 suitcases. Inside, the story deepened. There were clothes, stylish, expensive, but all the labels had been cut out, every single one, as if she did not want anyone to know where they had come from. There were wigs, several of them, different colours, different styles. There were glasses with non-prescription lenses, a makeup kit, a small notebook filled with strange codes, rows of letters and numbers that did not immediately make sense. But there was money, cash in several currencies, Norwegian kroner, German marks, British pounds, Swiss francs. There were spoons, multiple spoons, which is one of those details that seems meaningless until you cannot stop thinking about it. There were maps, marked with small red dots, places along the Norwegian coast, Bergen, Stavanger, Trondheim, remote areas, popular tourist spots, and places that did not look like tourist destinations at all. If this were a novel, This would be the point where someone would say the word spy out loud. In real life, the police were more careful. They said she was mysterious. They said she was living under false identities. They said her movements were unusual, but they also quietly began to wonder who exactly they were dealing with. They tried to trace her phone calls. Some led to public payphones. Some led to hotels where she had already checked out. One call, made shortly before her death, was traced to a man in Bergen. He said he had never heard of her, that he had no idea why she would have called him. There were witnesses too. A couple hiking in Isdalen around the time of her death reported seeing a woman who matched her description. She was not alone. 2 men were walking behind her. They did not seem friendly. They did not seem relaxed. They seemed, in the couple's words, like they were following her. Another witness saw a woman in the area who looked distressed, glancing over her shoulder as she walked. The police tried to reconstruct her final hours. She checked out of her last hotel in Bergen on November 23rd. She told the receptionist she was going to catch a train. Instead, she took a taxi to a road near Isdalen. The driver remembered her. She paid in cash. She seemed calm. From there, she walked into the valley. She was wearing her rubber boots. She carried the plastic jugs. One of them contained gasoline, which is another one of those details that refuses to sit quietly. Gasoline does not accidentally find its way into your hands. It is not something you pick up on impulse. It suggests planning, or someone else's involvement. The official conclusion, eventually, would be suicide. The idea was that she had taken the sleeping pills, poured gasoline over herself, and set herself on fire. It is a conclusion that technically fits the evidence if you squint at it long enough. But it leaves a great many things politely unexplained. Why the false identities? Why the coded notebook? Why the wigs and the glasses? Why the removed clothing labels? Why the bruises on her neck? Why the witnesses who saw her with 2 men? Why the partially erased fingerprints? Why the effort to destroy her passport? And perhaps most interestingly, why someone who went to such lengths to control how she was seen in life would choose such a chaotic, public way to disappear. Years passed, the case went cold in the way cold cases do, not with a dramatic closing of a file, but with a gradual quieting of interest. The world found new mysteries, new headlines, new distractions, but the Isdal woman did not go away. In the late 1990s, a professor at the University of Bergen decided to take another look at the evidence. He brought in students. They examined the notebooks. They analyzed the codes. They tried to make sense of her movements. The code, it turned out, was not particularly sophisticated. Each letter corresponded to a place. B for Bergen, S for Stavanger, T for Trondheim. The numbers indicated dates. It was a travel log, a record of where she had been and when, which made her even more interesting. She had been systematic, organized, careful. In the 2000s, the case found a new audience: journalists, podcasters, amateur detectives with time and an internet connection, and then, Finally, something that felt almost modern. DNA. In 2016, Norwegian authorities exhumed her body. They extracted DNA from her teeth. They sent it to labs across Europe. They hoped to find a match, a relative, a name. What they found was not a name, but a suggestion. Her genetic profile suggested she had roots in Central Europe, possibly Germany, possibly Austria. Her teeth told another story. The isotopes in her enamel suggested she had grown up in a place with a very particular type of water and soil, somewhere near the border between Germany and France, or perhaps in Eastern Europe. It was not a solution, but it was a narrowing of the field. And then there was the photograph. Among her belongings was a small, blurred image of a woman standing on a set of stairs. She is turned slightly away from the camera. Her face is not clear, but there is something about the way she stands, a confidence, a posture that suggests she is aware of being watched and does not entirely mind. That photograph has become, in a way, her ghost, shared online, enhanced, cropped, studied. People have tried to match her face to missing persons reports, to old passports, to school photographs, to family albums. So far, she remains what she has always been, a woman with no name, or perhaps too many names. And that is where this story becomes personal for me. Not in the sense that I knew her, obviously not, but in the way she invites a certain kind of attention, the kind that does not want to solve her so much as understand her. Because there is a difference. Solving her would mean finding a name, a birthplace, a family, closing the loop, writing a final sentence that says, "This is who she was." Understanding her means accepting that she may have been exactly who she wanted to be, a person who moved through the world lightly, carefully, leaving as little trace as possible, someone who knew how to disappear long before she actually did. And that raises an uncomfortable question, one I find myself returning to more often than I probably should. If someone goes to such extraordinary lengths to erase themselves, what are we really doing when we try so hard to bring them back? There is a temptation, once you learn about the coded notebooks and the rotating identities, to leap straight into the world of espionage. It feels neat, it feels cinematic, it gives shape to a story that otherwise refuses to hold still. And to be fair, Norway in the early 1970s was not exactly a quiet corner of the world. This was the Cold War, even if most people preferred to pretend it was happening somewhere else. The Soviet Union sat just beyond Norway's northern border. NATO bases dotted the coastline. Radar stations, naval facilities, missile testing sites. The kind of places that do not advertise themselves with cheerful signs but do show up, eventually, on certain kinds of maps. And the Isdal woman had maps. Her red dots did not just mark Bergen and the postcard-friendly towns. They clustered around places that, in retrospect, look interesting for reasons that have nothing to do with scenery. Near naval bases, near areas used for weapons testing, near stretches of coastline where submarines were known to pass through cold, dark water. One of her noted destinations was a small town called Stavanger. On the surface, it was a perfectly ordinary place. Oil industry, fishing, ferries. But just outside the city was a NATO listening post, a facility that paid very close attention to what moved through the North Sea. Another dot appeared near Trondheim, not far from a major military installation. Yet another, near an area where Norway tested its Penguin anti-ship missiles. You can, of course, connect these dots in a way that makes her look like a roaming intelligence asset, drifting from place to place, collecting impressions, noting movements, listening for things that were not meant to be heard. You can also connect them in a way that makes her look like a tourist with a slightly unusual taste in destinations. This is the problem with this case. Almost every detail has two equally convincing explanations, and they cancel each other out so neatly that you are left standing in the middle, holding both. The police, back in 1970, did consider espionage. They consulted with intelligence services. They asked quiet questions. They never, officially, said very much about what answers they received. Unofficially, rumours began to circulate. One theory suggested she was an East German spy. Another claimed she worked for the French. Someone else insisted she was Israeli, or Russian, or Belgian, or something more complicated than any of those. The wigs, the accents, the cash in multiple currencies, the hotel hopping, the coded notes. It all fits, if you want it to. But there are details that feel oddly human for a professional intelligence operative. The spoons, for instance. Why carry so many spoons? The makeup, the careful clothing, the way she chatted with hotel staff, the way she seemed, at times, lonely. A spy, at least in fiction, is usually efficient to the point of coldness. This woman left traces of personality behind her, little ripples in the water. There is a hotel clerk in Bergen who remembered her particularly well. He said she had a laugh that did not quite match her serious expression, that she sometimes seemed amused by things that other people missed, that she ordered meals she barely touched, as if the act of sitting in a restaurant mattered more to her than the food itself. In Stavanger, a waiter remembered her sitting alone, staring out a window for nearly an hour, her coffee going cold in front of her. These are not the behaviours of someone in a hurry, which brings us back to the idea that perhaps she was not running toward something, but away from it. There is another, quieter theory, one that does not involve governments or secret services or coded messages hidden in plain sight. The idea that she was simply a woman who did not want to be found. People disappear all the time for reasons that are both dramatic and painfully ordinary. Escaping an abusive relationship, avoiding a family they cannot face, leaving behind a life that feels like it has closed in around them. The Isdal woman had money, she had style, she had the ability to move through different countries without attracting much attention. This suggests she had resources, connections, or at least a past that was not entirely desperate. But something had driven her to reinvent herself again and again, New name, new accent, new backstory. It is almost like watching someone try on lives, one hotel room at a time. One of the more unsettling details, when you think about it long enough, is how good she was at it. Hotel staff believed her stories. Taxi drivers remembered her as polite, unremarkable. People passed her in the street and saw nothing worth remembering. She was invisible in the most ordinary way possible, until she was not. There is a small, strange detail in the police files that does not get as much attention as it deserves. The woman's stomach contents included not just sleeping pills and alcohol, but traces of soot, which means she inhaled smoke, which means she was breathing as the fire burned. This is often used to argue that she took her own life, that she set the fire herself. But consider for a moment what that would actually require: to pour gasoline over your own body, to strike a match, to stand there as the flames climb, to not run, to not try to put it out, to not, at the very last moment, choose survival over whatever you believe you are escaping. It is not impossible. People have done it. But it is not easy. It is not quick. It is not quiet. And yet, there were no reports of screams echoing through the valley. No hikers heard anything unusual. No one came running. The valley, apparently, kept its silence. Then, there are the bruises on her neck. They were never explained in a way that satisfied everyone. The official line suggested they could have been caused by her falling or by the position of her body, which is plausible. It is also convenient. The partially removed fingerprints are another problem. If this was a suicide, who tried to erase her prints? And why only partially? There is a theory that someone else was there, that someone assisted her, or forced her, or simply cleaned up afterward. Witnesses who saw her with two men in the area have never been identified. The men were never found. The descriptions were vague: middle-aged, dark clothing, foreign accents, which, in Norway, could mean almost anything. One of the more chilling possibilities is that she was being watched, followed, not by a single person, but by a system. The kind that does not wear trench coats or dark glasses, but simply notices patterns, travel routes, phone calls, hotel stays. If she was involved in something sensitive, something that brushed up against the edges of national security, her disappearance might have been less of a mystery and more of a solution. That is the sort of thought that makes people uncomfortable, and understandably so. It suggests a world where answers exist, but are not meant to be shared. Then again, it also makes the Isdal woman feel larger than she might have been. It turns her into a character in a geopolitical drama, when she might have simply been a person who made a series of choices that led her to a very lonely place. One of the things that strikes me every time I revisit this story is how little physical evidence there really is. No known family, no confirmed friends, no photographs of her smiling at a birthday party or standing beside someone who looks like they belong with her. Just hotel rooms, suitcases, notes, a blurred photograph, and a body in a valley. In 2020, a podcast series dedicated an entire season to her. They tracked down witnesses, they examined police files, they even found a woman in France who believed the Isdal woman might have been her long-lost sister. The story went like this. Her sister had disappeared decades earlier. She had cut off contact with the family. She had travelled. She had reinvented herself. When the French woman saw the sketches of the Isdal woman, she felt a shock of recognition. DNA tests were done. They did not match. Which is, in a way, the most perfect ending this story could have for that particular chapter. Another door that opens just wide enough to let hope through, then closes again. The Norwegian authorities still keep the case technically open, not in the sense that detectives are actively knocking on doors, but in the sense that if a name ever does surface, they are willing to listen. And names do surface from time to time. Amateur sleuths suggest possibilities. Old missing persons reports are dragged into the light and compared. Faces are overlaid. Timelines are aligned. So far, none of them hold. Which leaves us with the Isdal woman. As a kind of mirror, people see in her what they are most drawn to. Spies see espionage. Romantics see a tragic runaway. Skeptics see a simple case of suicide wrapped in too much storytelling. I find myself somewhere in between, which is a comfortable place to be for a story like this. Because the most interesting part, for me, is not how she died. It is how she lived. Briefly, quietly, under names that were not hers, in rooms that she would never see again. There is a strange beauty in that, a life made of moments that do not connect in a way anyone else can follow. And perhaps that's the point. Perhaps the Isdal woman did not want to be solved. Perhaps she wanted to be remembered as a question. There is a moment in every investigation, formal or amateur, when you stop looking at the evidence and start looking at the person, not the body, not the belongings, the idea of them, the shape of their life as it might have been. This is where the Isdal woman becomes less of a case and more of a presence. People have tried to give her a name for decades. It is a deeply human impulse. A name feels like a kind of rescue, a way of pulling someone back from the edge of anonymity and saying, "You were here, you mattered." The problem is that almost every name that has been suggested comes with just enough evidence to be tempting, and just enough contradiction to fall apart if you press it too hard. One of the earliest serious theories pointed toward a woman named Geneviève Lancier, a Belgian woman who disappeared in the 1960s. She had a history of travel. She had connections in different countries. There were vague physical similarities. For a while, it looked promising, but the timelines did not line up cleanly, and when photographs were compared more closely, the match faded. Another theory focused on a woman from Germany who had vanished after a complicated divorce. She was known to use different names. She spoke multiple languages. Her age would have been right. Again, the details refused to cooperate. Then there were the more exotic suggestions. A Hungarian refugee, a Czech national who fled after the Prague Spring, a woman from the Balkans who moved through Western Europe on forged documents. Each theory added another layer of story, another set of imagined childhoods, another family somewhere, perhaps still waiting for a door to open. What makes these theories so difficult to evaluate is how little we truly know about her early life. The isotope analysis of her teeth suggested she grew up in a region with very specific environmental markers, somewhere near the border of France and Germany, or possibly in Eastern Europe. That narrows the map, but not nearly enough. Her dental work offered another small clue. She had gold crowns. The style and materials suggested they were done in a country where that kind of work was common in the 1950s or 60s. Not Norway, not Britain, more likely somewhere in Central or Eastern Europe. This detail tends to get overshadowed by the spy theories, but I find it quietly fascinating. Teeth are personal in a way passports are not. They carry the imprint of decisions made years earlier, a dentist chosen, a procedure paid for, a moment in a chair somewhere under a bright light, with a mouth open and a life still very much in progress. Someone, somewhere, once knew her well enough to know what she looked like when she smiled. There is also the question of her age. The official estimate placed her in her early 30s, but estimates are just that. Guesses with confidence. She could have been younger, she could have been older. If she was older, the idea of a long life behind her becomes more compelling. A history of reinvention, a series of chapters that ended before we ever got to see them. Her handwriting is another small, human detail that refuses to stay small. It was neat, elegant, deliberate, the kind of handwriting that suggests practice, education. Someone who had been taught to write in a formal way, perhaps in a school that valued presentation as much as content. She did not rush her letters, she shaped them. This might seem trivial, but in a case where almost everything else is missing, the shape of a letter can feel like a fingerprint of the mind. One of the more persistent theories connects her to intelligence work, not because of where she went, but how she behaved. The multiple identities, the removal of clothing labels, the coded notes, the careful attention to being seen, but not too clearly. There is a term sometimes used in intelligence circles for people who operate without official cover. They live as civilians, they travel as tourists, they blend in not by standing out, but by being forgettable. The Isdal woman, by most accounts, was exactly that. Polite, stylish, reserved. The sort of person you might remember in vague terms, but not in detail. But there is a flaw in this theory that keeps nagging at me. Professional intelligence operations, particularly during the Cold War, were expensive, carefully managed, structured. People were assets. They were not usually left to wander alone, changing names at will, paying cash, carrying notebooks full of codes that could be found in a train station locker. It feels, in some ways, too loose, too improvised, which brings us back to the idea that she may have been working for herself. there is a possibility that she was involved in something less glamorous and more dangerous. Smuggling, black market trading, the kind of work that thrives in the shadows between countries and currencies. Her travel routes, her cash, her avoidance of official documentation, all fit this model as well. The Cold War created not just spies, but entire underground economies. Goods, information, people, all moving quietly across borders. If she was part of that world, her death could have been a consequence of a deal gone wrong. A meeting that did not end the way it was supposed to. The two men seen in the valley start to look less like mysterious agents and more like business partners, or rivals, or something in between. There is also the question of the gasoline. Carrying it into a remote valley is a strange choice if you are planning to meet someone. It is an even stranger choice if you are planning to disappear quietly, unless the gasoline was not for her. Another detail that often gets overlooked is the spoon found at the scene. One of the theories suggests it may have been used to measure the sleeping pills, a way to control the dose. That implies deliberation, planning, a careful approach to whatever was about to happen. It could also imply that someone else was doing the measuring. In 2018, a team of researchers and journalists revisited the case with modern forensic tools. They created a new facial reconstruction. They aged her. They smoothed the lines. They gave her a more lifelike presence. The image spread online. People shared it, compared it, sent it to relatives, looked at it a little too long in quiet rooms. Nothing definitive came back, which is, again, strangely fitting. One of the things I find myself wondering is how she felt about the constant movement, the hotel rooms, the trains, the changing names. There is a kind of romance to that, from a distance, a life unbound by routine, but there is also a kind of exhaustion. Imagine never unpacking completely, never getting comfortable, always knowing you will be gone in a day or two, always being a version of yourself rather than the whole thing. There is a line in one of her notebooks that people like to point to, though it is not actually a line, just a cluster of symbols that someone once tried to interpret as a phrase. It probably is not, but the idea that she might have left behind a message, even an accidental one, is hard to let go of. The Isdal woman exists now in a strange space between person and story. She has become a character in a collective narrative. Each retelling adds a little more shape, a little more meaning, and yet the core remains stubbornly empty. We do not know where she was born. We do not know what language she spoke when she was alone. We do not know who she trusted, if anyone. We do not know what she wanted. What we do know is that she went to a valley called Ice Valley, carrying gasoline and sleeping pills. And something happened there that ended her life. Whether that something was a decision she made or a decision made for her is the question that keeps this story alive. Because if it was her choice, then the Isdal woman becomes a story about control, about someone who decided how her story would end, even if she could not control how it would be told. If it was not her choice, then it becomes a story about power, about someone who took that control away, and neither of those possibilities is particularly comforting. The internet did something to the Isdar woman that the police never quite managed. It gave her a kind of second life. Not in the physical sense, obviously, but in the way stories circulate when they are no longer confined to filing cabinets and local newspapers. Suddenly, she was everywhere, on forums, in comment sections, in late-night threads where people with insomnia and curiosity compared notes across continents. A retired engineer in Canada might be looking at the same scanned police report as a student in Berlin. A woman in France might recognize a hairstyle from a photograph that someone in Norway just uploaded. This kind of investigation is messy. It is emotional. It is full of false leads and overconfident conclusions. But it is also relentless. It does not clock out at 5. It does not run out of funding. One of the most interesting developments to come out of this digital phase was the re-examination of witness statements that had been quietly filed away for decades. Take the taxi driver who took her from her last hotel to the road near Isdalen. For years, his account was treated as a simple detail. A woman, cash payment, calm demeanour. When people started to look at it more closely, they noticed something else. He remembered her specifically asking to be dropped off at a spot that did not make much sense as a hiking starting point. It was not a trailhead. It was not marked. It was just a stretch of road. That suggests she knew exactly where she was going, or at least thought she did. Then there is the witness who saw her in a shop shortly before her death. She bought postcards, which is a small, almost tender detail. The kind of thing you do when you plan to write to someone, or when you like the idea of doing so, even if you never follow through. None of those postcards were found among her belongings, which raises the question of whether she sent them. There is also the matter of the hotel staff who remembered her receiving phone calls. Not just one, several. The content of those calls was never recorded, obviously, but the pattern itself is interesting. Someone was reaching her, or she was arranging to be reached. In one case, a receptionist recalled her becoming visibly tense after a call. Not angry, not frightened, just alert, as if a quiet countdown had started. This is the kind of detail that means nothing on its own, but when you line it up next to everything else, it starts to look like a signal. The digital investigators began to build timelines that were far more granular than anything the police had done in the 1970s. They mapped her movements down to the hour. They matched train schedules, ferry times, hotel check-in and check-out windows. What they found was that she often seemed to move just ahead of something, a military exercise, a naval deployment, a public event. Again, this could be coincidence. Norway is not a large country. The number of major events is limited, but the pattern is suggestive enough to keep people interested. There is also the small matter of her language skills. Witnesses reported that she spoke several languages fluently, not just enough to get by, enough to pass, enough to sound like she belonged. That level of fluency usually comes from either formal training or long exposure, or both. One theory suggests she may have worked as a translator or interpreter, a job that would naturally put her in contact with people from different countries, a job that might also explain her comfort with shifting identities. If that were the case, her travels could have been professional rather than clandestine. Conferences, meetings, private clients, the sort of work that leaves little in the way of public records. But again, we run into the problem of the gasoline and the valley. Another modern angle has focused on her money. The mix of currencies suggests recent travel through several countries. It also suggests she avoided banks, avoided leaving a financial trail. Some online investigators have tried to trace serial numbers on the banknotes found in her suitcase, using old records and collectors. It is an ambitious idea. So far, it has not gone very far. Then there is the question of her clothing. Even without labels, fashion experts have tried to date her outfits. The cut of her coats, the style of her boots, the patterns on her scarves. They place her firmly in the late 1960s, early 1970s, trend aware, not cutting edge, but certainly not behind. This suggests she was paying attention. She cared about how she was seen. One of the more unsettling developments in recent years has been the use of facial recognition software. People have fed her reconstructed face into databases, hoping for a match with old passports, immigration records, school photographs. The results are always tantalizing and never definitive. A woman in Poland, a woman in Austria, a woman in France. Each one looks just enough like her to make you lean closer to the screen, and then you lean back. There was a moment, not long ago, when a woman in Germany came forward with a story. Her mother had worked in intelligence. She had travelled frequently. She had used different names. She had died years earlier. When the daughter saw the Isdal woman's photograph, she felt something click. The story made headlines. Interviews were done. DNA tests were arranged. They did not match. This is, in many ways, the pattern of this entire case. A flare of light, a surge of hope, and then the quiet, return to uncertainty. What the digital age has done, more than anything else, is turn the Isdal woman into a shared project. She no longer belongs to a single police department or a single country. She belongs to anyone who is willing to sit with her story and turn it over in their mind. There is something strangely intimate about that. Thousands of people scattered across the world, all thinking about the same unknown woman, all imagining her in hotel rooms, on trains, standing at windows, writing in notebooks. In a way, she has become more present in death than she ever was in life. And that brings us to one of the smallest details in the case, one that often gets lost in the larger theories. In one of the hotels, she left behind a pair of earrings. Not expensive, not particularly distinctive, just a small, ordinary pair of earrings sitting in a drawer. It is such a human mistake, the kind of thing anyone could do, the kind of thing that suggests distraction, or fatigue, or simply being in a hurry. It does not fit neatly with the image of a hyper-careful operative who plans every move. It fits better with the image of a person who is, at the end of the day, just a person. I find myself returning to that image often. A woman standing in a hotel room, looking around, deciding what to take and what to leave. Maybe she noticed the earrings and decided they did not matter. Maybe she did not notice them at all. Either way, they are still there, in a police evidence box somewhere. A small, quiet reminder that for all the mystery, there are moments in this story that are painfully ordinary. At some point, every investigation reaches a moment where the evidence stops giving and starts repeating itself. The same facts, the same photographs, the same witness statements, arranged in slightly different orders, hoping to unlock a door that no longer seems to exist. This is where the Isdal woman now lives, in that quiet, circular space where certainty is always just one detail away and never quite arrives. The official conclusion remains what it has been for decades. Suicide. A troubled woman living under false identities, choosing a remote valley to end her life in a dramatic and final way. The report is careful, measured, and unsatisfying in a way that only official documents can be. It accounts for the sleeping pills. It accounts for the gasoline. It accounts for the lack of immediate signs of a struggle. It does not account for much else. Because even if you accept that she chose to die, you are still left with the life she lived beforehand. The planning, the movement, the layers of identity, the careful erasure of her past. Suicide explains an ending. It does not explain a method of living that looks, from the outside, like a long, deliberate performance. There is a tendency, when faced with a story like this, to search for a single, elegant answer. A revelation that ties everything together. A name that suddenly makes sense of the codes, the travel, the behaviour. But real life is rarely that tidy. More often, it leaves you with overlapping truths that refuse to settle into a single shape. The Isdal woman may have been involved in intelligence work. She may have been moving through the margins of Cold War Europe, carrying information that mattered to people who did not want their names in print. She may also have been nothing of the sort. She may have been a woman who learned, through experience, that anonymity could be a kind of safety, and who carried that lesson with her from country to country. She may have been both. What lingers, more than any theory, is the image of her moving through ordinary spaces while carrying something entirely private inside her, sitting in hotel dining rooms, watching people who knew exactly who they were, riding trains with a suitcase full of clothes that did not belong to any single version of herself, writing in a notebook that looked like a code to everyone else, but may have simply been a way of keeping track of a life that refused to stay still. There is a quiet tragedy in that, regardless of how you interpret the ending. A life that leaves so little behind is a life that does not get to be remembered in the way most of us are. No stories told by friends. No photographs passed around at family gatherings. No small, embarrassing memories that humanize a person long after they are gone. Instead, she is remembered as a mystery, a silhouette, a face reconstructed by software and imagination. And yet, in another sense, she is remembered more widely than most people ever will be. Her story has crossed borders. It has outlived the political world that may or may not have shaped it. It has found its way into late-night conversations, classrooms, podcasts, and quiet moments when someone stumbles across her name and decides, for whatever reason, to stay with it for a while. There is something almost poetic in that. A woman who spent her life trying not to be known becomes known everywhere, but never quite understood. Sometimes I imagine her in one of those hotel rooms, sitting on the edge of the bed, listening to the sounds of a city she will leave in the morning. Cars passing, voices in a language she may or may not claim as her own. The quiet comfort of knowing that no one in that building truly knows who she is, or where she has been, or where she's going next. Maybe that was freedom to her, or maybe it was loneliness, or maybe, like most things, it was a complicated mixture of both. The valley where she was found is still there. People still walk through it. Children still point at rocks and trees and notice things adults have learned to ignore. The landscape has absorbed the story in the way landscapes always do, without comment, without judgment. Somewhere, in an archive, there is a box with her belongings, the wigs, the glasses, the notebook, the earrings. Objects that once belonged to a person who made choices, felt fear, felt confidence, felt something strong enough to shape the path she took across a continent. And somewhere, perhaps, there is still a name that fits her, a birth certificate, a school record, a memory in someone's mind of a woman who left and never quite explained why. Until that name surfaces, if it ever does, the Isdal woman remains suspended in that space between fact and story. A presence rather than a person, a question rather than an answer. And maybe that is why she continues to draw people in, not because we expect to solve her, but because in trying to understand her, we are really circling something much closer to ourselves. The idea that any life, no matter how carefully documented, can still hold a private core that no one else ever fully reaches. She walked into a valley called Ice Valley, carrying what she needed for whatever she believed would happen next. The world found her there, but it did not find her story. Not completely, and so it keeps looking. There are places in Colombia where maps simply stop trying to be accurate, where the green of the jungle presses so tightly against itself that satellite images blur into a single, endless mass, and where entire human beings vanish without leaving behind so much as a shoe. I have always been drawn to those places in the way one is drawn to a locked door in a quiet corridor, not because I believe there is something supernatural waiting behind it, but because history shows that when people disappear in clusters, and when their remains are sometimes found in states that defy easy explanation, there is usually something deeply human and deeply disturbing at work beneath the surface. The Colombian jungle, particularly the vast region stretching through the Amazon basin, the Darien Gap, and the dense interior corridors between Caquetá, Guaviare, Putumayo, and Meta has for decades functioned as one of the most unforgiving environments on Earth. It is not merely a forest, but an ecosystem that actively erases evidence. Heat accelerates decomposition to a startling degree. Insects strip soft tissue within hours. Rivers swell and shift, swallowing objects and then depositing them hundreds of miles away. The ground itself is soft, unstable, and in many places riddled with sinkholes and concealed graves that date back through years of conflict. When people go missing there, they rarely return, and when they do return, it is often in fragments. One of the most unsettling patterns, and one that investigators inside Colombia have quietly acknowledged for years, is that disappearances in the jungle do not occur randomly. They cluster along certain river routes, near abandoned airstrips, or at the edges of territories once controlled by guerrilla factions, paramilitaries, or narcotics traffickers. These regions form invisible corridors, and within those corridors people vanish with a consistency that suggests design rather than chance. In 2013, a small team of environmental surveyors entered a section of rainforest near the Guaviare River. Their work was routine, cataloguing tree species, mapping erosion patterns, and collecting soil samples for a university study. There were 4 of them, all experienced, all equipped with satellite phones and GPS. They were scheduled to return to San Jose del Guaviare within 6 days. On the 7th day, when they failed to appear, local authorities initiated a search that would stretch across nearly 2 weeks and cover hundreds of square kilometers. What search teams found was not encouraging. Their campsite remained intact. Equipment lay undisturbed. One hammock still hung between 2 trees, gently swaying as though someone had risen from it moments earlier. Boots sat near the edge of a small clearing. A cooking pot still contained the hardened remnants of rice and tinned meat. There were no signs of struggle, no visible blood, and no footprints leading away from the site that could be reliably followed through the thick undergrowth. It was as if the group had stood up together and walked into the trees, leaving everything behind. 3 weeks later, a fisherman travelling downriver discovered a backpack lodged between branches along the muddy bank. Inside were notebooks belonging to one of the surveyors, water damaged but partially legible. The final entries were routine observations about soil acidity and insect density, followed by a short line written with enough pressure to tear the page beneath it. The line read, "We keep hearing someone moving just beyond the trees." There were no further notes. The official conclusion suggested the team had become disoriented and succumbed to the jungle itself, perhaps falling victim to dehydration, infection, or wildlife. Yet experienced trackers who reviewed the case pointed out a crucial detail. When people are lost in dense rainforest, they tend to leave trails of disturbance, broken branches, displaced leaves, discarded items. Even in panic, the human body moves in ways that mark its passage. In this case, there was nothing. No trail leading away from camp. No scattered belongings. No remains discovered in any direction despite extensive aerial searches. The jungle had not simply swallowed them, it had erased them. Stories like this are not isolated incidents, but part of a broader pattern that stretches back decades. During the height of Colombia's internal conflicts, vast portions of the jungle were effectively off limits to civilians. Guerrilla groups, paramilitaries, and criminal organizations carved the landscape into territories, each governed by its own rules and punishments. Those who entered without permission often disappeared. In some cases, their bodies were deliberately hidden in mass graves or dissolved in chemicals. In others, they were left exposed as warnings. Yet there were also reports, whispered by locals and occasionally recorded in police files, of individuals who vanished in areas where no armed group claimed responsibility and where no remains were ever recovered. In the late 1990s, a river trader named Esteban Rojas travelled regularly between small settlements along the Caquetá River. He knew the waterways intimately and had spent most of his adult life navigating the shifting channels. One evening he set out with a small cargo of supplies bound for a village several hours downstream. He never arrived. When his boat was eventually located days later, it drifted near a bend in the river, engine silent, cargo untouched. The fuel tank remained half full. His personal belongings were still on board, including his boots placed neatly near the stern, as though he had removed them voluntarily. What unsettled investigators was the condition of the boat itself. There were no signs of collision or mechanical failure, no evidence of struggle. Yet the interior bore faint smears of what forensic teams later confirmed to be human blood. Not large pools or obvious splatter, but thin streaks along the wooden floor, and one handprint near the edge of the vessel. The amount suggested injury, but not catastrophic trauma. Enough to indicate violence, not enough to explain a disappearance without further trace. Search teams combed the riverbanks for weeks. Nothing surfaced, no body, no clothing, no further blood. The river in that region moves slowly and tends to deposit debris along predictable curves. When something enters the water, it is usually found. In Esteban's case, it was not. Local residents offered theories in hushed tones. Some believed he had encountered traffickers who disposed of him at sea. Others suggested something more difficult to categorize. Several claimed that for days before his disappearance they had heard strange calls at night from the forest across the river, sounds resembling human voices attempting to mimic animals. One elderly woman insisted she had seen lights moving through the trees where no settlements existed. These accounts were noted and then quietly filed away as superstition. By the early 2000s, as satellite technology improved and Colombia began to stabilize politically, more expeditions ventured into previously inaccessible regions. With them came new disappearances. A pair of European backpackers trekking near the Serranía de Chiribiquete National Park failed to return from what was intended to be a 3-day excursion. Months later, fragments of their equipment were discovered scattered along a tributary. Their camera was recovered intact. The final photographs showed dense foliage, riverbanks, and then a series of blurred images taken in rapid succession as though the photographer had turned suddenly. The last clear frame captured a shape partially obscured by trees. Investigators could never conclusively identify it. Some argued it was a trick of light and shadow. Others pointed out proportions that did not align with any known animal in the region. No human remains were ever located. What makes the Colombian jungle particularly unsettling is not merely that people disappear, but that the environment often returns partial evidence in ways that raise more questions than they answer. Bodies are sometimes recovered weeks or months later in states suggesting they were moved post-mortem. Bones appear in locations far from where individuals were last seen. Clothing surfaces neatly folded along riverbanks. In several documented cases, footwear has been found placed together as though removed deliberately, even when surrounding evidence indicates panic or violence. Forensic teams operating in remote regions face immense challenges. Heat accelerates decomposition so rapidly that determining time of death becomes nearly impossible after only a few days. Scavenging animals scatter remains across wide areas. Rivers carry fragments far downstream. Yet even accounting for these factors, certain recoveries defy straightforward explanation. In 2007, searchers looking for a missing hunter near Putumayo discovered a human femur and sections of ribcage arranged in a small clearing. The bones belonged to a man who had vanished nearly a year earlier. They showed cut marks consistent with sharp tools, but no other remains were found within a 2-kilometer radius. There was no evidence of burial, no clothing, no skull. The bones had been placed deliberately, almost carefully, on a patch of ground where they would be easily seen. The official report suggested post-mortem scavenging and natural redistribution. Privately, one investigator noted that animals do not typically arrange bones in tidy groupings. Over time, these cases have created an undercurrent of unease among those who work in Colombia's interior regions. Guides speak of zones where they refuse to travel after dark. River pilots describe stretches of water where engines fail without clear mechanical cause. Indigenous communities maintain oral histories about areas considered spiritually dangerous, places where, according to tradition, the boundary between the living and the dead is unusually thin. While such beliefs are often dismissed by urban authorities, they persist with remarkable consistency across geographically distant groups. I find myself returning again and again to a particular question. When multiple disappearances occur within overlapping territories, and when physical evidence repeatedly appears in altered or incomplete forms, are we looking at isolated incidents shaped by an unforgiving environment? Or are we witnessing the surface traces of something more coordinated, more deliberate, and perhaps more deeply rooted in the landscape than official explanations allow? Because the Colombian jungle does not simply hide bodies, it hides patterns, and once one begins to trace those patterns across years and across regions, the picture that emerges is far more intricate and far more troubling than a series of unfortunate accidents. In the next part of this investigation, the focus shifts deeper into the river systems and abandoned corridors where the majority of vanishings occur, and where, on several occasions, search teams have stumbled upon discoveries so unsettling that even seasoned investigators have struggled to categorize them within the boundaries of conventional crime. What becomes clear when examining disappearance reports across Colombia's southern and eastern jungle corridors is that many of them occur along water rather than deep interior forest. Rivers function as highways through terrain that would otherwise be nearly impassable, and anyone moving supplies, conducting research, or travelling between settlements eventually relies on them. The same waterways that sustain life in the jungle also serve as silent transport routes for those who wish to move unseen, and for decades they have carried more than cargo. In the department of Putumayo, along a slow-moving stretch of river bordered by dense canopy, authorities responded in 2004 to reports of an abandoned canoe drifting near a sandbank. Inside were 2 backpacks, several sealed containers of food, and a machete placed across the wooden seat. The canoe showed faint scoring along one side, as though it had brushed repeatedly against submerged debris. There were also small, dark stains near the bow that later tested positive for human blood. The quantity was limited but unmistakable. What was missing were the 2 men known to have been travelling in the vessel, both experienced fishermen familiar with the region and its hazards. Search teams combed the surrounding banks for nearly 10 days. They found footprints leading away from the river into a narrow corridor between thick stands of vegetation. The prints suggested 2 individuals moving quickly, occasionally stumbling. After roughly 30 meters, the trail stopped abruptly at a patch of flattened foliage where investigators noted signs of disturbance, broken stems, compressed earth, and additional traces of blood. Beyond that point there was nothing. No continuation of footprints, no drag marks, no discarded items. It was as if the men had stepped into a space and then ceased to exist within the physical landscape. Several weeks later, a fragment of human remains was recovered downstream. It consisted of part of a forearm bearing a distinctive tattoo that allowed identification of one of the missing men. The condition of the tissue suggested both animal activity and exposure to water, yet forensic examination revealed sharp force trauma inconsistent with typical predation. The remainder of the body was never found. The second man has never been located in any form. Cases like this often produce overlapping explanations. Armed groups operating in remote zones have historically used rivers as disposal routes, weighting bodies or dismembering them to hinder identification. Wildlife can scatter remains rapidly, especially in humid environments where scent travels quickly and scavengers converge. Yet investigators who reviewed the Putumayo case noted several inconsistencies. The initial disturbance site on land showed no clear signs of a struggle large enough to account for 2 adult men being subdued. The blood present was not extensive. The machete remained in the canoe rather than being carried ashore, suggesting the men either left in haste or were prevented from retrieving it. Most puzzling of all was the abrupt termination of the footprint trail. Even when individuals are forcibly taken, some form of track or environmental disturbance typically remains. Here, the jungle seemed to have closed behind them. Further north, in the Meta region, a separate pattern emerged during the late 2000s involving small groups of illegal gold miners who established temporary camps along remote tributaries. Mining in these areas was dangerous not only due to the physical environment, but also because of the presence of criminal organizations seeking to control extraction sites. Several miners vanished over a span of 3 years under circumstances that initially appeared linked to territorial disputes. However, In at least 2 cases, equipment and personal belongings were left undisturbed at campsites, showing no signs of armed confrontation. Tents remained intact. Cooking fires had burned down naturally. Tools lay where they had been set aside at the end of the workday. The men themselves were gone. In one instance, searchers discovered a series of shallow depressions leading away from a camp toward a densely vegetated ravine. The depressions resembled footprints, but lacked clear edges, as though made by individuals moving through unusually soft ground. They extended for approximately 20 meters before fading entirely. At the edge of the ravine, investigators found a helmet belonging to one of the missing miners placed upright on a rock. Inside the helmet were several small bones later identified as belonging to a human hand. No other remains were located in the vicinity, despite extensive searches. Local guides assisting with recovery efforts expressed reluctance to continue beyond certain points along the ravine. They spoke quietly of areas where sounds carried strangely and where animals avoided crossing. One guide described hearing what he believed to be voices calling from within dense foliage, not in any recognizable language, but in tones that rose and fell with a cadence resembling human speech. He insisted the sounds moved parallel to the search team's position without revealing a visible source. Such accounts were not included in the official report, but circulated informally among those involved in the operation. The accumulation of cases involving partial recoveries has produced a grim catalogue of forensic anomalies. Bodies or body parts are sometimes discovered at considerable distances from presumed points of disappearance with minimal evidence of transport. Clothing surfaces intact and relatively clean despite prolonged exposure to harsh conditions. In several documented instances, skeletal remains have been found arranged in ways that suggest deliberate placement rather than random scattering. One particularly troubling recovery occurred in 2011 when searchers near the Caquetá River located a skull positioned atop a mound of earth within a clearing. The mandible was missing, as were all other skeletal elements. The skull displayed a single, circular perforation consistent with a projectile wound. Around it lay several personal items belonging to a man reported missing 8 months earlier. The objects were arranged in a rough semicircle facing the skull, as though someone had taken time to position them. Authorities attributed the scene to criminal activity and the possibility of intimidation tactics used by armed groups. Yet the absence of additional remains or signs of burial raised questions that were never fully resolved. The clearing itself showed little evidence of foot traffic beyond that of the search team. There were no tire tracks or indications of recent human presence. The soil beneath the skull appeared undisturbed, suggesting it had been placed there rather than uncovered. As one examines these cases collectively, certain environmental factors must be acknowledged. The Colombian jungle is capable of extraordinary transformations over short periods. Heavy rainfall can alter terrain overnight, erasing tracks and redistributing objects. Rivers can carry debris for vast distances before depositing it along remote banks. Heat and humidity accelerate decomposition and obscure forensic timelines. These realities complicate investigations and allow for a range of plausible explanations for fragmented recoveries. However, experienced field investigators often emphasize that while the jungle can obscure evidence, it rarely creates deliberate patterns. Items found neatly arranged, remains discovered in isolated groupings, and trails that terminate without logical continuation suggest intervention by human actors or processes not easily explained by natural forces alone. Whether those processes involve criminal networks operating with precision or phenomena less easily categorized remains a matter of debate among those who have spent years studying disappearances in the region. The introduction of subtle paranormal interpretations into these discussions typically occurs not within official channels, but in the testimonies of local residents, guides, and occasionally even search personnel who have experienced events they struggle to contextualize. Reports of hearing movement in dense vegetation that never reveals a visible source are common. So too are accounts of lights observed deep within the forest where no settlements exist, appearing briefly before vanishing. Some describe sensations of being watched from multiple directions simultaneously, accompanied by sudden and inexplicable silence among insects and birds. While such experiences can be attributed to psychological stress, environmental acoustics, or the heightened awareness that accompanies work in dangerous territory, their recurrence across independent witnesses is noteworthy. Indigenous traditions from various regions of Colombia include references to entities associated with specific sections of forest or river, often characterized as guardians or predators that exist alongside human communities. These beliefs predate modern disappearances by centuries and persist despite ongoing urbanization and technological advancement. It would be simplistic to attribute contemporary vanishings to folklore. The far more likely explanation in many cases involves violence tied to narcotics trafficking, illegal mining, or territorial disputes. Yet there are instances where physical evidence fails to align neatly with known criminal methods, and where the behavior of recovered remains or personal effects introduces elements that resist straightforward interpretation. When investigators encounter scenes that appear staged yet lack clear perpetrators, or when multiple individuals disappear in proximity without signs of confrontation, the resulting ambiguity allows room for speculation that extends beyond conventional frameworks. One recurring feature across several disappearance sites is the presence of abandoned structures or former encampments located near dense vegetation corridors. These locations, often remnants of past logging operations or temporary settlements, provide shelter and concealment within otherwise open terrain. In more than one case, missing persons were last seen approaching or exploring such structures. Subsequent searches revealed interiors left undisturbed, sometimes containing recent signs of human occupation, such as extinguished fires or makeshift bedding. Yet no occupants were ever found. In certain instances, searchers reported detecting faint odors associated with decomposition within these spaces, despite the absence of visible remains. Such odors would dissipate quickly in open environments, suggesting either recent presence or something concealed beyond immediate detection. The psychological impact on search teams operating under these conditions should not be underestimated. Extended periods in dense rainforest, combined with exposure to ambiguous or unsettling evidence, can heighten sensitivity to environmental stimuli and foster a sense of unease that lingers long after operations conclude. Several former investigators have described recurring dreams involving the locations where they conducted searches, often featuring indistinct figures moving between trees or voices calling from unseen positions. While such experiences may be attributed to stress or trauma, they contribute to a broader perception that certain areas of the jungle retain an atmosphere of unresolved absence. As the number of recorded disappearances continues to grow, efforts to establish comprehensive databases linking cases across regions remain limited by jurisdictional boundaries and the logistical challenges of operating in remote terrain. Many incidents involving local residents are never formally reported, particularly in communities where mistrust of authorities persists. This underreporting obscures the true scale of the phenomenon and complicates attempts to identify consistent patterns or potential perpetrators. What remains undeniable is that within the vast and intricate landscape of Colombia's jungles, there exist corridors where individuals have vanished under circumstances that defy simple categorization. Some of these disappearances can be traced to human violence, others to environmental hazards. Yet interwoven among them are cases marked by elements that resist tidy explanation, trails that end without continuation, belongings arranged with quiet deliberation, and recoveries that suggest movement or intervention long after death. These details linger at the edges of official narratives, rarely acknowledged in public reports, but discussed in private among those who have witnessed them firsthand. The deeper one looks into these cases, the more apparent it becomes that the jungle does not merely conceal what occurs within it. It reshapes the evidence, alters timelines, and in certain instances seems almost to curate what is eventually revealed. Whether this effect is purely environmental or the result of deliberate human action operating beyond the reach of conventional oversight remains an open question. What is certain is that for those who venture into these regions, the boundary between known and unknown can narrow with unsettling speed, and the margin for error or misfortune is far thinner than most are prepared to accept. By the time most disappearance reports reach national authorities in Colombia, whatever has occurred in the jungle is already days or weeks old. Distance alone ensures delay. Many remote communities sit several hours by river from the nearest police outpost, and in regions where armed groups once held influence, there remains a lingering reluctance to report anything that might invite outside attention. As a result, the earliest and often most valuable window for recovery or investigation closes long before formal search efforts begin. What remains are fragments of testimony, scattered objects, and landscapes that appear unchanged despite the absence of those who moved through them only recently. One of the most quietly discussed corridors of disappearances lies along sections of the Valpes and Guinea regions, where dense rainforest stretches toward the borders with Brazil and Venezuela. These territories are sparsely populated and threaded with narrow river systems used by fishermen, traders, and occasionally researchers studying biodiversity. Over a period of roughly 12 years, beginning in the early 2000s, at least 14 individuals travelling alone or in pairs were reported missing within a broad but overlapping zone spanning several hundred kilometres. Some were locals familiar with the terrain. Others were outsiders conducting short-term expeditions. In only 3 cases were remains ever recovered, and those recoveries raised more questions than they answered. In 2008, a young biologist from Bogotá named Hernando Ruiz embarked on a solo survey of amphibian populations near a tributary of the Apaporis River. He maintained regular radio contact with a colleague stationed at a research outpost several kilometres away. On the 4th evening of his survey, he reported hearing movement in the forest beyond his tent that he initially attributed to wildlife. The region hosts a range of nocturnal animals whose calls and movements can easily be mistaken for one another. Yet during his final transmission, he described something that unsettled him enough to break his normally measured tone. He stated that the sounds seemed to circle his camp at a consistent distance, never approaching closely enough to identify, yet never retreating entirely. He attempted to locate the source using a handheld torch, but reported seeing only dense vegetation and intermittent reflections that he believed to be eye shine. The transmission ended abruptly mid-sentence. When Hernando failed to check in the following morning, a small search party was assembled from nearby communities. They reached his campsite later that afternoon. The tent remained standing. Equipment lay in orderly arrangement. His notebook sat open beside a lantern that had burned out naturally. The final written entry described environmental conditions, and then, in a noticeably altered script, a brief line stating that he could hear footsteps matching his own when he moved. The ground around the tent displayed numerous impressions consistent with recent rainfall and normal animal activity, yet no clear human footprints beyond Hernando's own. His boots were found just inside the tent entrance, as though he had removed them before stepping outside. There were no signs of a struggle, no blood, and no indication of the direction in which he might have gone. Approximately 3 months later, fishermen operating nearly 80 kilometers downstream discovered a waterproof field case wedged among exposed roots along the riverbank. Inside were sample vials labelled in Hernando's handwriting and a compact digital recorder. The device, once dried and powered, revealed several hours of ambient jungle noise punctuated by occasional spoken observations. Near the end of the recording, a sequence of sounds emerges that investigators struggled to interpret. There is the faint rustle of vegetation, followed by what appears to be a second set of footsteps moving out of sync with the first. Hernando's voice can be heard asking if someone is present. There is no reply. The footsteps continue for several seconds and then cease simultaneously with his own. The recording ends with the sound of water moving rapidly, though there is no known river or stream within immediate proximity of the campsite. No physical remains were ever found. Around the same period, a pair of traders navigating between remote settlements along the Guinea River vanished under circumstances that prompted a limited military search due to the possibility of criminal involvement. Their vessel was later located grounded against a narrow bank, with its engines still functional. Inside were crates of supplies and personal items indicating they had not planned to abandon the boat voluntarily. Investigators noted a series of shallow impressions in the mud leading from the vessel toward a dense wall of vegetation. The impressions resembled footprints, but appeared unusually uniform in depth and spacing, as though made by individuals moving with mechanical precision rather than natural gait. After approximately 10 meters, the impression stopped abruptly at the base of a large tree whose roots formed a natural barrier. Beyond that point, the ground was undisturbed. The search expanded over several days without success. A week later, one of the traders' hats was found floating along a slow-moving stretch of river nearly 30 kilometers away. It showed no signs of damage or prolonged exposure. The interior band contained traces of perspiration consistent with recent use. No other belongings surfaced. Cases such as these generate a particular kind of unease among those tasked with investigating them. While violent crime in remote regions is not uncommon, it typically leaves discernible evidence. Spent cartridges, disturbed ground, abandoned tools, or eyewitness accounts from nearby communities. In these instances, the absence of such indicators complicates efforts to construct coherent timelines. Instead, investigators are left with scenes that appear paused rather than concluded, as though whatever occurred did not unfold in a manner consistent with known patterns of human conflict. Indigenous communities living along these river systems maintain extensive oral histories regarding sections of forest considered inhospitable or spiritually charged. Certain areas are avoided, not due to physical danger, but because of long-standing beliefs that individuals who enter alone may encounter forces that disorient or draw them away from familiar paths. These narratives often describe sensations of being followed by unseen presences, hearing voices that mimic known companions, or experiencing sudden and overwhelming urges to move toward particular locations without clear reason. While such accounts are typically interpreted within cultural frameworks rather than empirical investigation, their recurrence across geographically distant groups has drawn occasional attention from anthropologists studying regional folklore. It would be reductive to attribute modern disappearances solely to these traditions. More tangible factors remain at play, including residual criminal networks, illegal extraction operations, and the inherent hazards of navigating dense rainforest. Yet the persistence of similar experiential reports among individuals from diverse backgrounds, including trained researchers and seasoned guides, suggests that the psychological impact of the environment itself may contribute to events in ways not fully understood. Extended exposure to monotonous sensory input, combined with isolation and environmental stressors, can alter perception and decision-making. Individuals may become disoriented, misinterpret sounds, or wander from established routes. In most cases, such disorientation eventually resolves or leads to recoverable outcomes. In the Colombian jungle, however, recovery does not always follow. A particularly disquieting case emerged in 2015 involving a small documentary team exploring abandoned settlement sites along a tributary of the Vaupes River. The team consisted of 3 individuals equipped with cameras, satellite communication devices, and sufficient provisions for a week-long expedition. They established a base camp near the remains of a former logging outpost and conducted daily excursions into surrounding areas. On the 3rd day, one member of the team failed to return from a short solo walk intended to capture footage of a nearby stream. Initial searches focused on the immediate vicinity but yielded no results. Communication attempts via radio and satellite phone were unsuccessful. The remaining team members reported hearing what they believed to be their colleague calling from deeper within the forest on several occasions. Yet each time they moved toward the sound, it seemed to recede rather than grow closer. Authorities were notified once the team returned to the nearest settlement. A coordinated search involving local guides and police units began within 48 hours. At approximately 2 kilometers from the base camp, searchers discovered a camera belonging to the missing individual, placed carefully atop a fallen log. The device contained several minutes of footage recorded shortly before its apparent placement. The video shows the operator walking along a narrow path toward a stream. Ambient jungle sounds dominate the audio until, near the end, a faint voice can be heard speaking indistinctly from off-camera. The operator responds, asking who is there. The voice repeats, this time sounding closer but still unclear. The footage then becomes unsteady as the camera turns toward dense foliage. For a brief moment, a shape appears partially visible between branches. It is difficult to determine scale or form due to lighting and motion. The recording ends abruptly, as though the device was switched off manually rather than dropped or damaged. Despite an extended search covering a wide radius, no further trace of the missing team member was ever found. The remaining 2 individuals reported persistent feelings of being observed during their time in the area, particularly at night, when sounds from the surrounding forest seemed to cluster near the perimeter of their camp. These observations were documented in personal accounts, but did not form part of the official investigation. When viewed collectively, these incidents illustrate a convergence of factors that complicate straightforward interpretation. The Colombian jungle is an environment where criminal activity, natural hazards, and psychological stress intersect. It is also a landscape layered with histories of conflict and displacement that have left physical and emotional residues difficult to quantify. Within this context, disappearances may result from a range of causes operating simultaneously or sequentially. An individual may become disoriented, encounter hostile actors, and ultimately be absorbed into terrain that erases most physical evidence. Alternatively, events may unfold in ways that leave only partial traces, inviting speculation that extends beyond conventional frameworks. What remains consistent across many accounts is a sense that certain locations exert an influence disproportionate to their apparent physical characteristics. Areas associated with repeated vanishings often share environmental features such as dense canopy cover, proximity to water, and limited visibility beyond a few meters. They are places where sound travels unpredictably and where orientation can shift rapidly without clear reference points. Individuals entering these zones frequently report heightened awareness of their surroundings, coupled with difficulty determining the direction of movement. In such conditions, even minor misjudgments can lead to profound consequences. As investigations continue into cases spanning decades and regions, the challenge lies not only in recovering physical evidence, but also in assembling narratives that accommodate both tangible and intangible elements. Each disappearance leaves behind a constellation of objects, testimonies, and environmental markers that must be interpreted within broader patterns. Some of those patterns point toward human violence or exploitation. Others remain ambiguous, shaped as much by absence as by presence. The jungle does not offer easy answers. It offers fragments, and sometimes it offers nothing at all. The longer one spends examining disappearances in the Colombian interior, the less satisfying the official explanations begin to feel. Not because they are always wrong, but because they are almost always incomplete. A report will state that an individual likely drowned, succumbed to exposure, or encountered criminal actors operating in the region. These conclusions are often reasonable, sometimes even probable, yet they rarely account for the quieter details that linger in the margins of case files and in the memories of those who were present when the search ended and the jungle resumed its ordinary rhythm. I have found myself drawn not simply to the moments when people vanish, but to the conditions that surround those moments, the hours before, the small irregularities, the sense, described repeatedly by those who survived similar journeys, that certain stretches of forest feel occupied even when they appear empty. It is an unsettling thing to read through years of statements and notice how often the same phrases appear from individuals who have never met one another and who travelled through entirely different regions. They speak of hearing movement that matches their own pace, of catching glimpses of shapes between trees that resolve into nothing when approached, of voices that seem to carry from impossible distances, sometimes calling in familiar tones, sometimes speaking in ways that defy identification altogether. There is a temptation to dismiss such accounts as the predictable byproduct of isolation and fatigue. Dense rainforest can distort sound in remarkable ways. Temperature gradients and layered vegetation create acoustic channels through which noises travel farther than expected, arriving from directions that bear little relation to their source. Visual perception is similarly unreliable in environments where light filters unevenly through thick canopy. Under these conditions, even experienced travellers may misinterpret what they hear and see. Yet there remains a subset of cases in which multiple witnesses describe experiences so similar and so precisely timed to subsequent disappearances that coincidence begins to feel like an insufficient explanation. In 2017, a small humanitarian logistics team travelled along a remote section of river, connecting several isolated communities in the Guaviare region. Their work involved delivering medical supplies and documenting infrastructure needs for a regional development program. The team consisted of 5 individuals and 2 local guides. They moved by motorized canoe, stopping periodically at settlements along the riverbank. On the 3rd evening of their journey, They established a temporary camp on a narrow stretch of elevated ground overlooking a slow-moving bend in the water. According to later statements from surviving members of the team, the area felt unusually quiet from the moment they arrived. Insect noise diminished rapidly after sunset. Birds that had been visible in surrounding trees dispersed without obvious cause. Even the river seemed to move with a subdued, almost muffled sound. Shortly after nightfall, one member of the team, a man in his early 30s responsible for equipment management, reported hearing what he believed to be another group moving through the forest parallel to their camp. He described soft footfalls, spaced evenly, accompanied by the occasional snap of small branches. Assuming they might be travelers or local residents, he called out in Spanish. There was no response. The sounds continued for several minutes and then ceased entirely. Later that night, 2 other team members independently reported hearing similar movement, each time at roughly the same distance from camp, and each time without visual confirmation of its source. At approximately 2 in the morning, the equipment manager rose from his hammock and stepped away from the main cluster of tents. One of the guides, who was awake at the time, asked where he was going. He reportedly replied that he thought he saw someone near the tree line and wanted to make sure they were not being watched. The guide advised against leaving the immediate camp area in darkness, but the man insisted he would only walk a short distance. He took a handheld torch and moved toward the edge of the clearing. That was the last time anyone saw him. When he failed to return within several minutes, the guide and another team member followed with additional lights. They found the torch lying on the ground, approximately 15 meters from the camp's perimeter. It remained switched on, its beam angled toward dense vegetation. There were impressions in the soft earth indicating recent movement, but beyond a small disturbed patch the ground showed no clear tracks leading away. They called his name repeatedly. The only response was the distant echo of their own voices carrying across the river. A coordinated search began at first light. Local authorities were notified via satellite communication, and additional personnel arrived within 2 days. The search expanded outward along the riverbank and into surrounding forest. Personal items belonging to the missing man were discovered at irregular intervals over the following week. His watch was found resting on a fallen branch several hundred meters from camp. A boot appeared near the edge of a shallow stream. Each item showed minimal signs of environmental damage and appeared to have been placed rather than dropped. No blood or other evidence of injury was located in the vicinity. After nearly 3 weeks, the search was suspended. What remained most striking to those involved was not the disappearance itself, but the sequence of auditory experiences reported beforehand. All 4 remaining team members described hearing movement in the forest that seemed to track the perimeter of their camp without approaching closely enough to identify. Each described a sensation that whatever was producing the sound remained just beyond the reach of their lights. These details were recorded in personal journals and debriefings, but received little attention in official summaries, which focused instead on the likelihood of disorientation or possible criminal involvement. Patterns like this recur across numerous cases. Individuals vanish shortly after reporting auditory or visual anomalies at the edge of perception. Belongings appear later in locations that suggest deliberate placement rather than random loss. Search efforts encounter stretches of terrain where tracks end abruptly or where environmental conditions seem oddly undisturbed despite the presumed passage of people. Over time, these elements form a constellation of observations that resist easy categorization. Each on its own might be dismissed as coincidence or misinterpretation. Together, they create an atmosphere of unresolved tension that lingers long after investigations conclude. The final case I want to describe is one that has circulated quietly among field researchers and river pilots for several years. It is rarely discussed publicly, perhaps because it lacks a clear investigative framework, and perhaps because those who have examined it closely find its implications difficult to reconcile with conventional explanations. The incident occurred in a remote section of rainforest bordering the Vosges region, an area characterized by dense canopy and limited human settlement. In late 2019, a geological survey team established a temporary research site near a series of low limestone outcrops rising from otherwise flat terrain. The team consisted of 3 scientists and a local guide. They intended to remain in the area for 5 days, collecting samples and mapping formations believed to contain rare mineral deposits. From the outset, the guide expressed unease about the chosen location. He explained that nearby communities avoided the outcrops due to long-standing beliefs that the ground there was not settled, a phrase used to describe places where, according to local tradition, the boundary between present and past events remained permeable. The scientists, accustomed to such warnings in remote regions, acknowledged his concerns but proceeded with their work. For the first 2 days, nothing unusual occurred beyond the expected challenges of operating in dense rainforest. On the 3rd evening, however, the guide reported hearing what he described as low, rhythmic sounds emanating from within one of the limestone formations. He likened the sound to distant breathing or the slow movement of air through a confined space. One of the scientists, intrigued rather than alarmed, approached the formation with recording equipment. He later noted that the sounds seemed to fluctuate in volume depending on his position relative to the rock face, as though moving internally rather than echoing from an external source. He placed a small audio recorder near a narrow fissure and returned to camp. During the night, all 4 individuals reported experiencing vivid dreams involving indistinct figures standing among the trees at the edge of the clearing. Each described awakening abruptly with the impression that someone had been speaking nearby. They attributed these experiences to fatigue and environmental stress. Shortly before dawn, the guide rose to prepare equipment for the day's work. One of the scientists accompanied him to retrieve the recorder placed near the limestone formation. They reached the site within minutes. The recorder was gone. In its place lay a series of shallow impressions in the damp soil resembling footprints, though elongated and lacking clear toe definition. The impressions led toward a narrow opening between 2 sections of rock. Beyond that opening, the ground sloped downward into darkness. The guide refused to proceed further. The scientist, after a brief hesitation, shone his torch into the opening and called out. There was no reply. He stepped forward and disappeared from view. The guide waited several seconds, expecting him to re-emerge. When he did not, he moved cautiously toward the opening and called his name. The only response was a faint sound from below, that he later described as neither distinctly human nor animal. He retreated immediately and returned to camp to alert the remaining team member. Together they approached the formation, but did not enter. They reported hearing intermittent sounds from within the rock for several minutes, followed by complete silence. The missing scientist never returned. A subsequent search involving local authorities and specialized units explored the interior of the formation as far as safety allowed. They found no trace of him, no equipment, and no recorder. Geological surveys indicated that the rock beneath the opening extended into a network of narrow chambers and fissures, many too small for human passage, and some terminating abruptly within meters. The guide refused to revisit the site after the search concluded. He later stated that while standing near the opening, he had the distinct sensation of being observed from multiple directions simultaneously, as though whatever lay within the formation extended beyond its physical boundaries. Audio analysis of recordings made elsewhere at the site revealed faint, low-frequency sounds at irregular intervals, though their source could not be determined conclusively. The case was ultimately classified as an accidental disappearance in hazardous terrain. What remains unsettling is not merely that a man vanished within seconds in a location surrounded by witnesses, but that the physical environment offered no clear mechanism for his disappearance. The opening in the rock led to confined spaces incapable of concealing a human body without evidence of collapse or obstruction. No such evidence was found. The impressions in the soil leading towards the opening did not match standard human footprints and showed no clear point of origin. The recorder placed near the formation was never recovered. When I consider this case alongside the many others scattered across Colombia's vast interior, I am left with the persistent impression that the jungle functions not only as a physical environment, but as a kind of threshold. It is a place where human presence becomes temporary and fragile, where evidence dissolves quickly, and where the line between explanation and uncertainty can narrow to almost nothing. Most disappearances there likely have grounded causes rooted in violence, accident, or misadventure. Yet interwoven among them are events that resist complete resolution, leaving behind traces that feel less like conclusions and more like fragments of something ongoing. There are stretches of forest where locals will not travel after certain hours, not because of visible danger, but because of accumulated stories that have never quite settled into the past. Rivers along which boats move swiftly during daylight yet fall silent after dusk. Clearings where objects appear and disappear without clear pattern. Limestone formations that breathe softly in the dark. These details persist at the edges of documented reality, neither fully accepted nor entirely dismissed. The Colombian jungle keeps its own record of those who enter and fail to return. It does not present that record in orderly form. It releases fragments when it chooses and withholds the rest. And somewhere within that vast green expanse, beyond the reach of routine investigation, the unanswered questions continue to accumulate quietly, waiting for anyone patient enough or curious enough to notice the patterns they form.